Hey
Yesterday
everybody.
when Tony came out.
Yeah, it was a second when Tony comes out. Also, hi Scott.
Yeah,
Welcome to
sorry, last show, not yesterday.
last show. Yeah, yeah. Hey everybody, welcome to bonus content. It's me, Alex. I'm here. It's bonus time. It's the bonus time.
Which
We got
I
a lot of people
if
watching right
you
now, which is weird. A lot of new faces in the chat right now.
Hello, new faces.
Nobishin's here. Scott's here. Our guest Andrew Cogswell is here.
Hi, I'm on my phone because I'm going to retweet your thing.
Yeah. Huh. I get it. It's fine. I check my phone while Tony talks about Sea of Thieves or whatever. So, Tony is not here. Tony Horvath, our fourth chair. He opted out of tonight's podcast so that we could freely and uninhibited talk about Kingdom Hearts. And I don't know if that was more for him or if it was more for us. Probably equal amounts of both.
I think it's actually just unrelated because we agreed that we're gonna push all the Kingdom Hearts talk to the end of the show.
So now we don't have to. Then,
Which we now have a Kingdom Hearts segment.
Yeah, we now. So Nobishin and I are
the end
gonna
of the
do. So I haven't told you yet, Scott. Nobishin and I are gonna do spoilers at the very, very end, core talk style. Obviously, we're not gonna spoil anything for everyone else. For listeners that are here, because I named the episode Kingdom Hearts 3. That is like on YouTube. This is Irrational Badges Podcast, episode 411, Kingdom Hearts 3. We will talk about Kingdom Hearts 3, but we're not there yet. We'll get there. I'm anxious as well. Andrew.
Yeah. Hi.
Hey man, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm good.
Welcome to the
Happy to be
podcast.
here. Thank you.
When
yeah,
was-
I'm stoked to be here.
When was the last time you podcasted?
The last episode we did of Kiss Kiss Game Game with Nabishin.
Damn,
Almost a
dude.
year ago.
Bring it full circle, Nobishin.
Yeah. Which we didn't know was going to be the last episode. And we had originally planned on doing a Kiss Kiss Game Season 2 this year, but with Jess joining IP and my new job,
I scooped her up.
Time. Yeah, I want to make time for it eventually, but it's not gonna. I mean, it's February now, so we're not hitting that January deadline. But eventually, I'd like to sit down and do it because I still love it. But
yeah,
it's a timing.
It's a good idea.
It's a good idea. It is a good idea.
Thank you.
You guys talked about Mass Effect, correct?
We did the whole series all in one episode.
How long was the episode?
It wasn't.
It was
Super
almost 2
long.
hours because we
Was
were
it?
talking about we were talking about like, oh, we're about to hit the Alex O'Neill threshold. And so.
Yeah, we did have. We
She
actually
didn't
did
know.
have an Alex Van Nail threshold. Yeah, it's an hour or 118 minutes. I'm looking at it right now. So yeah, almost 2 hours.
Nah, y'all had like Zygon, and he did like a longer episode, right?
Yeah, because I mean, once you get that boy talking about Greg Miller, he does not stop.
Yeah.
No, that was only an hour and a half. I'm
Nice.
looking at all of them right now.
Finally, I'm the king.
Alex, you are the king at 135 minutes.
Yeah, I have that effect on podcasts. We did a.
It's a good effect.
Yeah, it's
Stand by that.
the O'Neill effect.
Yeah. It was a good episode, so I'm okay with that.
Yeah, it was we had a great conversation. It was very like
Yeah.
open and like earnest and genuine. Like I'm very proud of everything that we talked about that episode. So
And that's one of the things I love about that show is just how open and honest and earnest it can be.
Yeah.
That's what we wanted it to be when we made it. So, yeah.
now I'm bringing you out of retirement. Nobishin's been asking to be on this podcast for like 6 years, longer than you've even known I existed. That's how long. Which I'm glad we're here. You just so happen to have played Kingdom Hearts 3. It's like perfection.
It's fate.
And your wife now writes for Irrational Passions.
Yeah, my wife.
It's a
my
weird
wife.
my wife. It's a
Yeah.
weird little series of events.
It is, because you asked me to do this last weekend, but I was gone with work. And you're like, so what's the rest of your month look like? So yeah, it just worked out perfectly.
It did. It's great to have you on.
Good to be here.
I want to know, Andrew, how much
What do you wanna
can you can't like? I assume we typically don't talk about our jobs that much here,
Yeah.
our day jobs. We certainly don't name any companies.
Mhm.
How much can you talk about your current position, your gig?
I'm currently under no NDAs.
Great.
I was up until last weekend. I actually just got promoted and went to full time.
Mazel tov.
Thank you. So I'm now the creative content manager for a video and event production company out of Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
So we work with bigger clients to do events for either fundraising or for their employees. So um, 2 weekends ago, I was in Santa Monica working with Arnold Schwarzenegger for the Arnold Strongman Classic on the
Nice.
Santa Monica Pier. Last weekend, I was working with Kamala Harris to do her campaign announcement.
Nice.
Yeah, so I mean, my company in the past has worked. We did the inauguration for California's new governor. We worked on the Clinton campaign for a little bit. So yeah, we do a bunch of stuff. It's not all political, but we do a lot of political stuff. But we also do local stuff, like for local Sacramento nonprofits and stuff like that.
The politicians pay the money.
They do. They yeah. They tend to. Yeah. So. And it's also just fun. We get to go on the road and we go all over the country.
It's a cool gig. I like that. I remember seeing you. I'm not familiar with the candidate, but like I was like, yeah, I'm involved in this political campaign. Like, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a different world. A month ago, I was selling alarms for ADT.
Nice.
So I'm in a much happier spot. I'm doing something that I actually like to do and want to do. The sun is just like right.
It's right in there, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna rotate like that.
Pivot.
There we go.
Pivot.
That's better. Yeah, pivot. Much better. But yeah, so been doing this for about a month, and it's pretty rad.
People in our chat, specifically Afro Cyborg, is calling you the biggest Smash loser. I don't know what that means.
Oh yeah, I am. So your Geeky Gal Pal did a birthday stream where we played Smash for charity. We raised money for the trans women of color. And I got put in the losers bracket pretty quick, but I ended up being at the top of the losers bracket, so I am the number one loser.
We did a tournament during Extra Life.
So essentially, you mean third place?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're third place.
Yeah, but
That's great. Bronze medal.
yeah,
You
did
should
all
be
right.
proud. You are not
got
the
my-
biggest Smash loser.
I got my ass kicked by Tierney.
Yeah, but like think about that dude what lost the first bracket of the losers bracket. That person is the biggest loser.
Mike Towndrow.
Nice, dude. Suck it. Him fucking eating pancakes all this morning trying to get hype for that shit. Those carbs just slowed him down. What do you play,
Yeah.
K. Rule? Trying to get a thick boy in there?
No, we had a good time though.
Good. I played a tournament at Extra Life, a game called like Asuka 120 or something terrible.
Mhm.
And I went from the first loser to the grand finals.
Nice.
It was very much an upset type situation. I did lose in the grand finals, but it was a great match.
Very cool. Tyler
Tyler Treese took me to town, but it was a good fight. I used this lady that controls a frog. It's wild. It's wild. Andrew, when you're not working,
Yeah.
what are you getting up to? How's life?
Life's good. I got my dog Bruce. Him and I party frequently. I'm
A lot of drugs and hookers.
Yeah, especially just that apartment's just full all the time. Cocaine to the ceiling.
Yeah.
But no, I'm recently married. I got married in October to Jessica. What else? Play a lot of video games. Play music every once in a while.
Did you kick Jessica out of the house for the podcast tonight?
No, she. I'm at my in-laws' house. They're in Reno for a Super Bowl party, but her second youngest sister has a high school play.
Nice.
So we're up here. We saw the play last night. Jessica's taking her there right now. So
Cool. I just want to
It
make
just
sure
happened.
that I wasn't like splitting the home. Just like,
No,
I have to
no.
podcast. I need you to leave.
no, not at all. It just happened to start around the time where she needed to leave, so it was convenient. But she'll be back in a little while, I'm sure, and she'll probably just play video games while I do this or work on whatever.
Start screaming. Work on secret stuff.
Yeah.
She excluding you from all of our IP secrets, our Irrational Passion secrets.
I mean, it's been so like rapid pace, and I've just been at work, so we haven't even had the opportunity to really sit down and talk about it. She gave me shit yesterday because I told her, I was like, hey, I deleted Twitter off my phone yesterday because your notifications about IP were draining my battery. My phone would not stop vibrating because I follow her, like I get notifications for her on Twitter. So every time she said something to somebody, my phone would vibrate.
Yeah. We got a lot of likes on that tweet.
You did. And she decided to go through and comment, as you should, comment and say thank you to everyone who commented. Well, yeah, that just blew up my phone. And I was like, I'm at work. It would be faster for me to just delete this app for now than to go through and manage my notifications. So,
yeah.
yeah.
Big shout out to Jessica Cogswell, the most recent member of irrationalpassions.com.
Hell yeah.
Announced yesterday. So, very cool stuff. Very cool stuff. She's a cool person.
How she told me she was applying for you guys is I was like, sleep, and she walked in. She's like, Andrew. I was like, what? She's like, I'm applying for Irrational Passions. Okay.
I like it. Just make it out to be like something that matters. It's like it's fine.
I was like trying to go to sleep. It wasn't even in the I was like half asleep trying to go to bed.
What do you want me to say?
Yeah. Okay, sounds great, honey. I'm proud of you.
Great,
we'll talk about this tomorrow.
I'm sleepy. Nobishin. Have you ever taken off work for a video game? And if so, what video game?
Persona 5.
Okay.
Kingdom Hearts 2.
Okay. Oh, you did? Okay.
Certified Sleep.
Nice. I'm seeing a theme here.
Yeah, there's very much a trend here.
Pretty much just
those three. So you didn't.
We didn't maybe take off more, but just like
right? Did you take off from Mass Effect 3?
3 definitely, yes. 3 I definitely took off. Andromeda, I don't think I did.
No. Good choice.
We knew.
That would have been a really sad week.
It was, man. It was too much of a wild card. We knew. And honestly, like, yeah, you had Nier. You were fine. I've never done this before. And I don't know how it goes with you, but I feel like I went about, like, all right, I'm going to take 4 days off work to play a video game. And again, I was initially going to be off through next Wednesday, but I fucked up and I only took off the first part and not the second part of that. So I went back to work today. I had plenty of time to finish Kingdom Hearts 3 or whatnot, but I've like never I've never done that. So like I was just in a spot. I texted my roommates and I told, like, I've told multiple people, I never do this. I never like ask for space or anything. I try and be relatively open. If I need it, I'll ask for it in the moment. But I was like, hey guys, I took off the next 4 days. I'm gonna be playing Kingdom Hearts 3. Just don't talk to me. If you see me in the kitchen, I'm refilling my water. Leave me alone. And they're like, cool, man. Like, I want to take a shout out, respect to all my roommates, and all of the Irrational Passions people, because they very much respected the space. Like Mike Burgess in the Slack was like, y'all, like, nothing's gonna get done until next week. Alex is out. Just let him have his week. Just let him have this week. I was like, thank you guys. Y'all are wonderful. This is why I chose all of you. You're the real keepers. Even like with like Jess coming in the Slack this week and like all these different things we got to figure out with that and whatnot. I was given the space I asked for. It was very sweet. I appreciate everyone. But like, I went to the grocery store at like 11:30 p.m. I think Tuesday night, because I had Tuesday through Friday off. Bought like a pack of Monster Energy drinks, 4 frozen pizzas, and a bunch of like thins of Dr. Pepper. I was like, this is it. and a bag of Doritos, Cool Ranch Doritos. I said, this is peak me right now. I'm living my best life, literally. And it was like, I don't know, that first night, like going Monday into it, because like, I stay up Monday nights to play games as they come out a lot still, even though I work Tuesdays. But like just knowing I just could go until whenever was fucking so nice. I felt so free. I felt so liberated of any shackles. And then I would just like play until it was like, I gotta sleep, go upstairs, go right to sleep, wake up, kind of like take an hour to collect myself. maybe like take a shower or something. And like it's not like I was like treating my body like garbage. I was brushing my teeth every day. I was just eating terrible food. I go right back into it. Just like settle in, pop a can of Monster, make 2 cups of coffee,
Jesus.
and just go until I can't, and then sleep until I wake up, and then go. And I don't know if I could do this again. I mean,
like, let's be fair. It's not going to be in another game that's good enough to go and do that for.
Yeah, I think there could be, but like I don't know. It's
like,
being
not anytime soon.
Not anytime soon. Yeah, I don't think that there's like a 2019 game that's going to be that for me.
I don't think there's going to be a 2020 game.
Yeah, probably not. Like maybe like The Last of Us 2, but even still, like that's like such an intense game that I would probably want to space that out a little bit more. I don't know if I just want to like front to back that. It's like that would be just really, really emotionally exhausting. Not that this wasn't emotionally exhausting, but it was just like it made it all really special. As someone like I've never done that before. I've never been like quote unquote stereotypical gamer, and of course it's like people do this for like MMOs and like big like Destiny.
Yeah.
No one fucking does this for single player games, except for like Namish and I. But I don't know. It made Kingdom Hearts 3 an event for me, and it was really cool. I had a great time doing it. I don't know if that has been true of your experiences in the past, Namish. I was just curious.
Kingdom Hearts is always an event for me.
Yeah, it was nice to make it one, and I don't know. It was a cool thing that I liked doing something that's like I can't do this every time, but like I'm glad I got to do it for this. But yeah, just this legitimately been my life for the last 4 days. It's just like wake up, do this. I had to Wednesday. I had to stop and play through to a certain point in Resident Evil 2 so that Andrew Taylor and I could record the next episode of Raccoon City Radio. And it's just like the beginning of that show, I'm just making stupid Kingdom Hearts references. So, I'm like in the thick of it, in the ruin of it.
Did you whisper your heartbeat?
I did, at least twice. And Andrew's like, "Can you stop bringing this bullshit into here?" Which I get.
You see, the thing you didn't know, you said it all the time. He just never noticed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was always under my breath.
God,
Kingdom Hearts is so good.
What percentage are you at?
I am like very close to 100%.
Jeez.
I am. I only have like one, like in-game stuff. I only have like one thing I need to finish, which is like this synthesize like one of every item or whatever.
Yeah.
Which it sucks because there's not like an easy way to do. Like, there's no way to know what you've made and what you haven't.
Yeah, there is.
Is there?
If you go to the gummy phone, if you go down to the synthesis list.
Yeah, I mean you can see that, but like if I'm in the shop.
Oh yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying.
I don't know if I've made this or not. So I'm going to. I have a game plan, y'all. I got a Google Doc with a checklist.
Oh no!
I'm gonna manually write it all down.
As soon as Google Docs come into games, you got a problem.
I've been doing some fun because like there's not really like guides for this out there, so I'm like I gotta fucking do it. I guess like or I'll figure it out. But I asked for this. I wanted this. So, but yeah, I'm like I put a lot of time into it. We'll talk about it later. Yeah, it's been a week. It's been a fun week. Apologies for the late podcast audio upload.
You feel like there's something you needed?
Oh, woof
Just
woof.
coming along. So I'm gonna mute me. Keep going.
You're good. What were you saying, Abishan?
I said you feel like there's something you needed. Because you just game of the year and like work has kind of been stressing you out. So,
dude, I feel so refreshed. It's awesome. Like I'm very like I feel motivated. I feel good. Like going back to work today was good, and I have like tomorrow off still, so it's like very balanced out. I do wish I had like not fucked up and like actually managed to take off through Wednesday, because I think when I would go back to my day job on Thursday, I would be like ravenous to like just do something. And I also wanted, I wanted that much time off, not necessarily for Kingdom Hearts, but I was like, I could probably knock out like Resident Evil and Tales of Vesperia all in that week. But now I definitely won't be able to. But it's not like I have a ton that I'm going to be playing in February. So I'm curious about Anthem, but I have not played that at all yet.
Oh my god.
He just wants to party. But yeah, I definitely needed it. It was like it was a perfect storm of like, it's Kingdom Hearts. I've never done this before. I need a break. I need a vacation. I need to be offline. Like, not really. Like, I was checking Twitter or whatever, but like I still have my Kingdom Hearts filters up, so it's not like I'm seeing anything. But I was like checking a lot less, and just I caught up on a bunch of podcasts too, which was nice. So yeah, it has been a positive. I'm like finally caught up on Frame Trap. I was like 7 episodes behind. Caught up. I listened to like all of them yesterday, and it was awesome. Because I just I had the whole day. It was like, all right, I'll just put on this playlist of these 7 podcasts I got to listen to and get all caught up. And like I got to watch the Easy Ally Studio launch, stuff like that. It was a great week. What about you?
It was a hectic week. There was a lot of stuff happening this week.
Yeah, a lot of stuff. It was jam packed, full of things.
And with the kind of funny stuff and the obviously Easy A with the studio launch. Hubert was supposed to be on Gamecast. He couldn't make it because his plane got struck by lightning.
Yeah, I know. Like, what a fucking Huber thing to happen, though.
Yeah.
But how was your week?
I've been inside. I've been a closet troll. I've just been playing this game and pretty much nothing else. Fucking around with new PlayStation. I got in.
Oh yeah, you got another one.
Yeah,
That thing's pretty.
I think it's pretty.
Yeah, it's worth it.
Hell yeah, dude.
It was just good to say. I got fucking 3 copies of Kingdom Hearts in here.
I got a sealed copy on the table behind me. I got to figure out how to give away here. So.
But yeah, this.
A what kind of copy?
A sealed copy.
A sealed copy for what system?
PS4. Do you want it, Scott?
I think you just found out how to give it away.
I was gonna give it to like a listener or something, but
I have it for the Xbox.
Yeah. I love how that I should have just given it to you, like driven to your house on Tuesday. I wouldn't have left my house. Who am I kidding? FedExed it to you on Tuesday. I love too. Obviously, like the narrative of us like pre-ordering that game in 2013 or whatever.
Yeah.
13.
And like at like $48 or whatever it was, or $40, and like having it actually follow through, and us both getting it.
Did you guys do it through Target?
No, we pre-ordered on Amazon, which had like
okay.
a price error that it discounted it a ton.
Because Target went forever ago, had it for like $30 or $40, and I pre-ordered it. But unlike Amazon, they charge you. But if the game hasn't come out, they refund you to your account and then charge you again every month. And it just kept bouncing back and forth. And it got to the point where I was like, I can't handle this inconsistency in my bank account. Because I was like, in college, I was like, I have no money. So I canceled it. But yeah, I was wondering if anybody actually saw it through.
Yeah, we saw it through.
That's awesome.
That copy of the game came to me. I thought it was going to be. Yeah, it was cool.
What was it, like $32?
It was something like that. It was crazy cheap.
That's awesome.
Just so funny because it was like the error and then a discount and then like the Amazon Prime discount, because like when we did it, it was like that was still a thing, and like if that applies in unless you cancel your order, it doesn't ever come off. So,
awesome.
Yeah, it's such a funny thing. It's just like a very specific representation of like how long this journey has been, which is fun.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's been a week. Scott, how's your week been?
It's been okay.
Okay.
I found out about this break that'll be good for later, but it sucks for this week and next week.
Okay.
It's a 4.5-hour break where I sit at school and do nothing.
Ugh. Thank God for the Nintendo Switch.
After this week, I will have schoolwork to do in between then.
Okay.
And that is a very manageable chunk of time to have.
Yeah. I feel you can get a lot done in that time.
Absolutely.
That's good.
So, but I didn't have that day one.
Yeah, of course. You're just
And
like,
I'm not going to have that. I'm not going to have that day two either. And it's definitely not something I'm going to push something to the last minute for.
is it like just one day out of the week, or is it every day?
That's one day out of the week.
Okay,
No,
that could be worse.
so bad.
Yeah,
Yeah.
cool.
Other than that, that is also the only break in between classes that I have all week.
Okay.
So the lesser schedule is helping me out quite a bit.
Is this the last semester?
I wish they didn't offer all the classes that I needed in one semester. They were off by one class. So it would have been take 4 classes this semester and then 1 next time. Or I could split it up as 3 and 3 and retake a course that I didn't get a B plus or higher in.
Okay. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
Cool. Sorry. I was going to say maybe you could do the 4 and then do one over the summer, but whatever works.
They're not going to offer these classes in the summer either.
Fuckers. Mother
College is the worst.
College is the worst.
It's just because I'm at the end.
Yeah.
You got to fill in all those gaps. Yeah.
If you take a look at all the classes, for the classes they have, there's 2 time schedules. All of them are filled to the brim. They could, except for one of the classes that I'm in, which has a third of the students at capacity at.
Yeah.
So,
I got you. You're almost done, Scott. You got this. Think about it. At the end of 2019, you will have graduated.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's a good feeling.
That's a good feeling. Fingers crossed. I hope I didn't jinx it. I go wood.
I mean, the other good news is that I do have a part-time job in between everything. So
Okay, cool.
Nice.
Different
Same
than
job.
your previous jobs, I assume?
no, same thing.
Oh, okay. But it's part-time.
Yep, it's part-time during school.
How much money are you saving right now, Scott?
A lot.
I know, dude. You told me at one point, like a year ago, how much money you had saved. And I was like, that's fucking wild. No one 26 years old has that much money saved up. I can get, it's just you. I mean, it's hard-earned money.
Yeah, and it's almost solely because I'm a cheap fucking.
I know,
bastard.
you're so fucking frugal. I love it. It's great. No, it's very good. I approve. I think we should get the real show started. I do have to take a quick research break to the bathroom, and I'm gonna refill my water. If folks want to do that,
Water.
Same. Yeah.
that now is the time to do it. Live viewers, I'm gonna put up a little block, and then we will we'll be back in just a bit to kind of get the real podcast started. And we will be talking about Kingdom Hearts 3. There will not be spoilers. Nabish and I will talk some spoilers, not like fully all through blah blah blah. At the very, 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 very end, there will be warnings. You'll be able to opt out. It'll be fine.
I'll be gone.
And then
Yeah.
after this week, there will also be similar spoilers, but it'll be
Yeah, we'll
my
bring
opinion.
Scott in there at some point. Get his thoughts. But non-spoilers first. So if you're worried about that, don't worry. Okay. Cool. Go disperse
What
your
I'm saying
waters.
is, I'm probably going to do something like a world a week.
Okay. It's very slow.
Well, it's slow, but I mean, like,
Take a knee, Scott. Enjoy
that's like
it.
3. That's what is it? 3 hours a world? 2 to 3,
Yeah, 2
Sure.
2 to 3. Yeah.
and then you got to revisit it, and that'll take like an hour.
You gotta
So maybe I'll double up when you do the revisits.
Well, what you should do is take 13 years to play through.
Yeah, you should just take full 13 years. Like really, like draw it out. Because I mean, honestly, just take a knee. All right, we'll be back a sec. to the countdown. Strap in, everybody. It's about to get real. It is Saturday, February 2nd, 2019, and you are listening to the Irrational Passions podcast. I'm your host, Alex O'Neill, and joining me this week, we have Scott Guth here.
Hello.
And Brian Nobishin Jackson.
Kingdom Hearts 3 fucked me up.
Joining us this week, special guest, Andrew Cogswell is here.
Hello.
Hi, Andrew. How are you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm very good. Kingdom Hearts 3 came out. I don't know if you heard, and I survived long enough to see it.
I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
And I'm also very excited that it's finally out. I tweeted this
It
a while
was
ago.
a legit warrior.
Yeah.
It was a legit warrior you had for years.
Yeah, I took a fall. there was a moment where it was so unsure.
Well, I tweeted this out a while ago, but like when they delayed Vesperia, I was honestly for you in the month of January. I was like, this boy's gonna snap.
No, it
He's
was
just gonna
perfect.
He's just gonna explode.
This is like the best month of my life right now. I'm like coming out of my clinical depression, so like things are looking up. Personally, Tales of Vesperia drops. Hell yeah, voice acting's weird, but we'll get through it. Kingdom Hearts is out, and it's February. Like 2019 is a all right year so far.
Yeah.
So welcome to the podcast, Andrew. We'll get to you.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, we'll get to the intros in a second. Everyone listening, Tony's not here. Because he wanted us to be able to be free and just let it all out. He's also playing Black Desert Online right now, so it's not like I don't want people to think that like he had something that he had to do. He was just like, I'm gonna sit this one out.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Yeah,
I can confirm this
yeah,
because he's definitely not playing. If he's not,
he might be playing.
there's a good chance he's just doing something else.
Yeah, but Tony and I talked this week, so don't worry. We talked about Mass Alex 2, which started this week. So, Andrew, you were here. I think it is funny. I know we already talked about this. The week that your wife joins irrationalpassions.com,
Yep.
you come on the show, obviously representing the household, just in general.
Yep.
Andrew, for folks who don't know, who are you? What have you done on the internet? What have you done with yourself? Sorry, that was so accusatory. You've made some cool stuff that some of our listeners might know about. What might that be?
Yeah, so I'm Andrew. I mostly just exist on Twitter now. I'm not really actively working on anything, but I kind of started in games media and all that a few years ago with Subtrendy. Did that for about a year and a half. Helped launch that. Did video editing, hosting, producing, equipment management, all that stuff. Really learned my chops there. And then took some time off, and then Jessica and I started Kiss Kiss Game Game together last year. That ran for 12 episodes. We had both Alex and Nabishin on, and it was awesome. They are longest episodes number 1 and 2, respectively.
Hell yeah. That's how we do.
But yeah, like I said, currently not working on anything. I just got a new gig, so I'm really busy with that. But yeah, that's me. Like I said, mostly just on Twitter right now.
A regional good boy, I would say.
Yeah, I am your geek. Oh, I do video production work for Your Geeky Gal Pal. I'm the video editor over there, and I am their resident the boy.
Okay.
Yeah, that Moises is the good boy. He's not officially part of Geeky Gal Pal, but I am the boy.
You're the boy.
Yeah.
Are you dat boy or just the boy?
The boy, Andrew,
Cool.
the boy Coxwell.
Got it.
Yeah.
That works.
If you ask Caitlin, on some days I'm the good boy.
Okay.
But it depends on the day with her.
Yeah.
So.
You're fine. I'm excited to have you on. You've also played Kingdom Hearts 3. Yes, we were going to
Yes.
talk about Kingdom Hearts 3.
Hell yeah.
Give us a moment. We'll get there. I do want to extend a congratulations for folks who don't know. Don't follow Irrational Pod on Twitter. Jessica Cogswell is joining the irrationalpassions.com editorial team. Not necessarily this team. Although I'd like to think of us as like the weird cousins to that team, and I'm like the dysfunctional family head. And she's gonna be doing some cool stuff. She's kind of like just joining on that team of like Mike, Scott, Quinn, Logan, George, and Jarrett. So she will also be contributing to the stuff that we do there, like written peaches, audio features, video features. stuff that we have got planned, possibly new shows, definitely being on the shows that we are doing. And hopefully, I will see, but she might be coming on next week's podcast to give her a proper intro. But Jess is really cool. I'm very excited to have her on. Thank you everyone who said something and congratulated her on Twitter. One of our most liked tweets from the Irrational Passions account ever. It was just wild. So love the response, love the positivity. We got a lot of cool stuff planned. We're going to be doing some stuff to help get people more familiar with that team, as well as the podcast team here over the next couple of weeks. And I'm really excited about some of the stuff that we're working on. But yeah,
I know Jess is actually working on stuff right now. She just got back. She's over there. So I know she's really excited to be part of the team. And
it's exciting times.
Yeah, it is. I'm really happy for all of you. You guys are going to crush it this year. So
that is the hope. But I normally, we did our bonus content. We talked about stuff there, housekeeping, blah, blah, blah. We can do whatever we want because Tony's not here. No one's going to make me feel guilty about this. Let's just do it. Let's just start. Let's talk about Kingdom Hearts 3.
All right, let's go.
Scott, you've played the least Kingdom Hearts 3, so I'd like you to kind of start us off. Where are you at with Kingdom Hearts 3? How do you feel about Kingdom Hearts 3?
Okay, so I essentially just beat the first Titan, Rock Titan, and
Nice.
I just got to the save point before you hit the top of Olympus.
Mm-hmm.
So
how you feel?
right off the bat, this game feels very good.
Yes, strong agree.
And both in the feels and in how it controls.
Yes, dude. Let the feels go, Scott. I do want to preface this we are gonna not really be talking about any specific spoiler or story stuff here. We're just going to kind of be talking more generally about the game. It just came out. Namish and I have both finished it. I understand that not a lot of people have, so if you were taking your time with it out there, this is a safe place. We're just going to talk general thoughts. I feel like my thing is, if you don't want to know anything about Kingdom Hearts 3, you're probably just playing Kingdom Hearts 3 right now.
You better
be.
right
So if you just want to hear some general thoughts and feelings, that's really all we're going to be talking about here, and mechanics and how the game feels and whatnot. I do real quick because one thing I do want to kind of gauge just out the gate so people have a tone for the conversation is do you like Kingdom Hearts 3? Scott, sounds like you like Kingdom Hearts 3.
Oh yeah, it's probably going to be my favorite game that's happened in a while and for a long time.
Yeah, and you're still very early on, so I'm excited to see.
Yeah, I am not done the first world yet, and already I can tell what I wanted Kingdom Hearts 3 to be if it were to have been released.
Is this?
Tuesday.
That's great. That's great to hear.
I haven't heard of a day one. Okay, to be fair, I wouldn't have heard of a day one patch, but I was no day one patch.
There have been 3 patches already.
Mm-hmm.
To be fair, 2 of them have just added additional cutscenes, so that way they wouldn't be out there before the game came out.
Yeah.
So it's there's one actual patch that is a patch. I don't actually know what that one does, but the other 2 are just adding 2 cutscenes. So, Nabishin, how do you feel about Kingdom Hearts 3? Just generally, yes and no, yay, nay.
Wait, how you want me to answer?
I just this before we get into things, actually having a discussion. I just want to
Are you more positive than negative on the game?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm extremely positive on this game.
Mm-hmm.
I have I have a hefty, I would say, amount of negative stuff to say about it. I would say,
okay,
but not negative as far as not negative as far as it ruins the game for me or anything like that. But more nitpicks, stuff I would like more of,
yeah,
and even saying when I was coming into this game, we were talking about this even on this show, Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix is my favorite game of all time. And people were saying oh, are you expecting 3 to be up to that level? I'm no, it doesn't even have to be for me. It just has to be literally it just has to exist. And I'll be good.
Yeah. I mean, I would say it just has to not follow the rule of 3.
Yeah.
1 was good.
Yeah.
2 is fantastic. all 3 has to do
is like not be bad,
noticeably bad, or not noticeably mediocre.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't
And
think it
it's-
falls in that trap.
Oh no. But like if you were to say like if this was my favorite one of all time, I would say no. I would still say my favorite one is still 2 Final Mix, but that's just me personally, just because of mostly because of gameplay things. But like other than that, yeah,
I'm pretty sure it's going to be a 3 Final Mix.
Yeah, that's a later discussion to have, I think. But
Yeah, especially since I guess I'm. So
you're still pretty early on, so I'm curious to see where you feel about that later on. Yeah, I think I'm in a similar boat. I love this game. I think it's phenomenal. I don't think it is like a 10 or a masterpiece because like there are things that I wanted in it that are just not there. I don't necessarily want to say what those things are because I don't want to like hurt the expectations of like you know the things that like I kind of like expected there to be there. I don't want to set one way or the other. I think if you just go in and you're like, I want to see the end of this story, you're gonna have a great time. It's gonna be the the best thing I can say about Kingdom Hearts 3 is it is 100% a Kingdom Hearts video game, a numbered Kingdom Hearts entry, versus like a Birth by Sleep or a Dream Drop. Birth by Sleep, I would say you could say that it's like a 100% numbered Kingdom Hearts game. Dream Drop Distance, stuff like that, less so.
I would also say, not to get too into it, but like, though it doesn't do everything, it does some of the stuff that you want.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's just straight up. It delivers.
It delivers
in a big way
Yeah.
with a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
so.
it's like the I think like we the big concern option you and I had was like, is this game gonna feel unfinished? It doesn't. Which is good.
Oh no! That game's done.
That game is
Thank-
done.
Thank God.
Which is awesome. Like that was like, because I'm in a similar boat, and I'm sure like two Final Mix, specifically Final Mix, has all this stuff that like just jived with me. Like y'all know, I talked about on the show, like doing all the organization fights and doing like the remnant fight, like those stuff. Like it is like that game is like fucking jam packed. Like there's probably too much shit in Final Mix. And
Well, that was they had to sell another copy of the game.
Yeah,
Just
like,
1 or 2 more cutscenes. That'd be a bit ridiculous.
yeah, exactly.
They made it worth the double dip.
Yeah, exactly. and they did a great job at that. And 2 is just like it's like the supreme package. It's like the combo meal, like the ultimate combo meal at the restaurant. Where 3 is like trying to do something else, and I have so much respect for this game. And I like the best part is like this game has so much respect for you as a Kingdom Hearts fan. It's not trying to do you dirty. I promise. It cares about you, cares about what you think, cares about everything that you've put into this franchise, and it's here to give you something. It's got a little present. It's called Kingdom Hearts 3. It's a little gift. Yeah, it feels finished. It feels great. Looks great. Man, it looks great. We'll get to that. Yeah, I'm in a similar boat. No, there are things I could nitpick about it. But overall, I adore this game. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's great. Play it. If you like Kingdom Hearts, like, even if I would say like the thing is I can't like wholeheartedly recommend it. Like just going into this, I knew it was like a thing. Like if you haven't played all of them, hey, you're not gonna get everything you could out of this. There's still a lot to get out of it though. Like there's still a lot of fun to just be had.
At the very least, in the Xbox version, they have they
got the little
here's what you missed.
Yeah, the videos are.
It's not the same, but I think it's good enough.
Yeah, the videos do a pretty good job.
Yeah, the only thing that I'd say the problem with that is it's like, so you got to go through all of that before you start playing the game, huh?
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah, it's funny because like I booted it up like right at midnight, and like I don't think I started playing until like 12:45 because I was like watching all this stuff. Yeah, it's certainly not the same watching those, but I think they did a good job with that stuff.
Yeah, I think.
And like knowing so little, and having seen so little going into this was great. Like we very minimally texted about it because I think it was a mutual like let's respect the space type thing of like just enjoy the ride, do whatever you want to do. Like, but like we both like we talked about. I had not heard a single note of that opening song or seen like a frame of that video until I booted up the game. it fucked me up. Like, just wrecked me.
Yep.
And it was awesome. Like, I was like, so just, yes, feed me.
Just soaking it in.
Yeah, just soak it in. Like,
No, I
take a
was the
knee.
same way.
Andrew, how do you feel about this game?
I'm like second, like, place as far as like least amount finished. I'm very middle of the road on it, but that's just because I feel like plot wise nothing's happened yet.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm still waiting. And yeah, I'm very middle of the road. Like, I think there's potential there. I know it's there. I want to see it. And hearing Alex, you say like it gives an ending, like that makes me excited. But I put 10 hours into it. I feel like I've done nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like Twilight Town from Kingdom Hearts 2 all over again. It's like, this is taking way too long.
I mean, like, the first thing you gotta do is get your power back.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, but it's taken me. I don't have it back, and it's taking me hours. Like, let's go. Like, let's pick up the pace here. But like, I understand what they're doing, so like, I can't fault them.
Yeah, I think that's part of like what I meant by like it is 100% a Kingdom Hearts game, like a numbered Kingdom Hearts game. It's like, hey, you're gonna spend a lot of time just walk around Disney Worlds, man. It's gonna be, if you're into that, you're into that. If that is like gonna really bring down the experience for you, it's gonna hurt the experience for you, I think.
Yeah. My other big criticism of it, like without going really far into it, is just, and I understand why it's like this, just because it is a Kingdom Hearts game and it's the very end of the series. It just feels like you started in the middle of the game. Like, you just dropped it.
Yeah.
Like I feel like Sora has way too, like, for losing all his power. I feel like I have way too many abilities to manage already for being level 15. And it just feels weird. Like like I said, I get why it's like that because of the plot, but it just feels strange.
I think like
he lost his power, not all of his memories.
yeah, I think like
Now,
a big part of that, like the way they're justifying it too, is like, I mean, this feels very much like a sequel to 2. Like if you just played 2, you're like, okay, this is like building right off of what they were doing there.
And it's also building off of all the other games that came in between as well. So I want to say, being at level 6, it is nice to have the abilities that they give you, especially when you're playing on Proud mode.
Yeah, and I totally. Go ahead.
It's because the big noticeable one that you have is the flow motion stuff.
Mm-hmm.
This is not the Assassin's Creed level of this is the easiest thing in the world to use, especially not in combat. And that's the best part about it. It's not boring.
Mm. No, and you're definitely right.
So they needed to give you that as soon as possible, so you had time to make mistakes with it.
I think that's fair, and that's a good way of looking at it. Just thinking about it like that kind of changes my perception of it a little bit.
Yeah, and then the other thing is, it's so far I really have only had wall jumping and poles, so I think that is how they're managing it, and they're letting you get used to it a little slowly. The big fault that I could easily see here is that if you didn't experiment with all this stuff in Dream Drop Distance, you just wouldn't know.
Yeah, and I appreciate like flow motion, like they bring a lot of, I love that mechanically this is very much a culmination to like shot locks are here, like style changes, like the way the keyblade transformations work, like, and I know you're not quite there yet, Scott, but like it's very much like, hey, let's take the idea of drive forms, let's take the idea of like the style changes from Birth by Sleep and kind of merge them into one thing that really like works for the way this game is going to play.
Yeah. And
it pays tribute to both games. So that way, if you had played both, you're like, man, this kind of plays like that and it kind of plays like that. That's really cool. But it also has its own kind of unique flair to it. It's like, wow, that's dope.
So,
and like,
second form, it's no drive. It's second form now.
Yeah. So like second form is the quote unquote Keyblade transformation of the Kingdom Key. And then, I think is the other Keyblade that you get like a pre-order bonus for getting on PS4.
Yeah,
there's one for PS4 and one for Xbox. Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So like, yeah, that like acts as like that Keyblade transformation. And what's cool is like how that brings in stuff from Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2, like attacks and finishing moves from those games, which is awesome. But like,
then you actually get to use them instead of being, oh, if I need this, I better save it.
yeah, exactly. You can just pop that bad boy, like just go wild. And so like other Keyblades that you get, Scott, will just train, like they'll do different things.
Like I used Ars Arcanum the other day when I was playing. I was just like, I loved that in the first one, and that just using that move got me excited.
Yeah.
So
that's probably my favorite part about this so far is that it gives you everything that. Okay, so I should preface this for those who don't know. One of my biggest problems with 2 is that they gutted the magic system in order to make magic attacks, I guess, a little easier to use in combat.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't exactly the easiest thing to do, even though it was kind of hella broken in number 1. But what they did in doing that is they pushed all the interesting moves into your drive form, which you couldn't use often.
Yeah. Which they made better with
and
Final
in
Mix, to be
this,
fair.
They still pushed it into the forms, but you can use them every fight.
Yeah.
Like, quite literally every fight.
Yeah, all the time.
So you get to use those moves again, which were kind of a staple of how I fought in 1, and why I kind of stood by 1 for the longest time.
And it's cool too, because like you also just don't have to. Like you can kind of engage with the kind of like crazy shit, like the fucking attraction moves, like
the attraction moves.
I want to talk about those,
which like take a while and are like very over the top. And like, you know, what's cool is like I used those a lot early on, and then I just kind of stopped, but I didn't feel like I was losing anything from not using them. They give you a lot of choice in how you want to play the game.
Right. So here's a question I have: is there a way to cycle through those options?
L2.
There's multiple.
L2. I found out on the last battle.
Really?
Yes.
I knew the whole games. I did not know. Okay.
That changes so much because I was just going to complain about that. Like, I'm so sick of accidentally triggering these stupid attractions. I'm trying to do something else.
Yeah, it's L2.
Because they pop. I press triangle and the attraction pops up right when I press triangle, and so I do that instead.
Yeah.
Okay, so you gotta stop thinking of it as Kingdom Hearts 2 reaction moves because they're there.
Oh yeah.
So longer than half a minute.
Yeah. They're having.
They give you ample time to just sit there and do something else and wait for I guess I'll put it this way: they give you time to make it convenient.
Yeah. Yeah, L2. I didn't know. Oh man, I'm sorry. No,
They don't
that bums me
tell
out.
you that. I don't think they tell you that.
I feel like they had to have told you at some point.
I did it by accident. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, because I knew.
I'm sure you have to use the tutorial for one of them, not all of them.
Yeah, you
One
can
of them.
skip
Do it?
part of the tutorial too. So.
Well, I went to the options and changed my settings so where it automatically went to the newest triangle command instead of staying on the oldest.
Yeah.
And that's how I was getting around that. Is because like I don't want to use something when it's set to the oldest. You have to wait 30 seconds before you can use the thing you actually want to use.
Yeah.
So.
Yes, L2. Tap that button, baby.
All right, cool. Thanks for letting me know. I will go.
All right, bye guys. I gotta go do something.
I'm super enjoying that the extra characters that they give you
or just there.
Is just an extra character slot.
Yeah, dude, they're just there,
it's just
man.
an extra character slot. You still have down.
You just have everybody, dude. It's a party.
Everyone is here.
Everyone is here. Honestly, Kingdom Hearts 3 should just be everyone. The subtitle of Kingdom Hearts 3 should be everyone is here.
The subtitle of Kingdom Hearts 3 is insert that Smash Bros slogan here.
Yeah, insert Smash Bros slogan. Obligatory Smash reference here. Yeah, I don't know, like I don't necessarily want to go over like favorite worlds and stuff because I know, Scott, you don't know a lot of the worlds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've only seen 3, I think. So
I think, man, I don't know. Like it's weird because I've played 2 so many times, so it's like I'm like so over. Like, man, I'm over fucking Halloween Town and stuff like that. So like maybe my positivity for all of the worlds in 3 is just because it's very recent and fresh for me. But I really like every single world here.
Hold on, because it's I was talking about how Kingdom Hearts 3 doesn't fall into the Assassin's Creed trap. And I feel this game is modern in a lot of ways that certain modern games aren't.
Mm-hmm.
They take what most games have taken so long to get right, and most games still fall in the pitfall holes. Assassin's Creed has having boring movement.
Mm-hmm.
They don't make it completely automatic.
Yeah.
So like if you want to pole dash from pole to pole, you have to be able to do that on your own.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Yeah. I think like
So this is also with that in mind. They're using their new systems. They're using the new systems to their advantage, whereas they're making the levels much more interesting than they could have before.
yeah. Especially like Olympus, like very good like first level of like
Very like insanely good first level.
of like here's like a lot of different environments too, and like stuff that Nabash and you and I talked about like beforehand. Like these worlds are much bigger, and you're not like really cutting between loading screens a lot. Like it does happen, and load times are a little bit of a bummer. But like for the most part, you're going through these very long, huge areas that feel like Kingdom Hearts areas, and it's like a very good mesh of 1 and 2 design wise. Of like, there's nooks and crannies and secrets and stuff that, and there's like such a cool little secret thing like hidden in Mount Olympus, and like that's very reminiscent of 1. But the way things are laid out and how easy traversal is, and just how great everything feels.
At one point, I was thinking to myself, I have a map. I'm lost.
Oh yeah, like
this is great.
Yeah,
I have a map and I'm lost.
Yeah,
the level design in 3, like it's very easy, and it was very easy to get lost in the maps on 1, but for different reasons. 3 maps are just more complex and bigger. 1's levels are just really poorly designed, as far as I'm.
Yeah, they're very confusing.
Yeah, they're stacked on top of each other. They're very vertical, which is always hard to map. And specifically, I'm thinking about Deep Jungle because that's the most recent level I played.
Yeah, gotta love that Deep Jungle.
Deep Jungle is a fucking nightmare.
Yeah, it is. It's the harrowing like first course in your obstacle course.
I had to walk Moises through it. When he was doing it on stream, I was like, okay, go here, because he just got frustrated. It's not good. It's a sign of the times. But yeah, that's one thing I noticed is like these levels are confusing and big and easy to get lost in, but like
they're so fun to explore.
Yeah, it's exploration as opposed to just like being frustrated that I don't know how to get where I need to go.
Right, and then it's the Kingdom Hearts 1 controls for navigation they weren't Kingdom Hearts 3.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Mm-mm. They were not good.
A thing that
I wouldn't say that.
I don't know.
I didn't have a problem with any part of Kingdom Hearts 1 at any point in time.
Some of the platforming is a little rough. Once again, I'm speaking specifically Deep Jungle because like that's what always comes to mind.
You don't like jumping on hippos, man?
Dude.
As
a kid, like I played it at my friend's Kingdom Hearts 1, and those hippos, like it took us forever to get across those damn hippos. Like we'd trade off the controller because neither of us could get through it, and we finally figured it out.
I will say, to your credit, I did play Croc games first.
Yeah, you were basically born in a fire then, Scott.
Yeah,
I was born in a fire and I came out on top.
Yeah.
You were literally the only other person I've talked to. Like, so thank you for that because that game is also a nightmare.
Yeah,
I love it dearly because it was one of my first PlayStation games, but it is a nightmare.
Yeah,
absolutely. But it also has. I kind of miss those types of games because it didn't have to be as difficult as it was to get through the things that are put in front of you.
Yeah.
But they force you to play with tank controls.
Yeah.
Yeah. Platforming with tank controls, not the best thing.
At the very least, it's not easy. But
yeah.
You get through it and you're a master 3D platform.
Oh, yeah 100%. I think that's part of the reason why I like 3D platform as much as I do is because of stuff like Croc and then obviously Spyro and Crash. So.
Yeah.
We're tangenting really bad, or I am.
You're good. Nabashin, what is something that you just want to say about 3? Because we're gonna talk about Nabashin and I are gonna one-on-one, have a kind of more brief spoiler story conversation at the very, very, very end of the show. There'll be timestamps if you want to hear it, if you've beaten it already like us. We'll get there. But like generally, like is there anything like specifically that you want to kind of share out? Like what do you want to say about Kingdom Hearts 3? Or have you not really figured that out yet?
There's some stuff I can mention.
Okay.
There's stuff I definitely can't mention, but there's stuff I can. Mostly just how incredible this game looks,
Yeah.
or at least in my eyes, because it's like,
Yeah, it looks like the pre-rendered cutscenes in Kingdom Hearts 2, maybe a little bit better because how all the motion works now.
Yeah, yeah.
But not
it
even-
it looks like that all the time.
yeah, but not really even that. It's like how like I can see Hercules and Goofy and Donald and Sora just standing in a line together, and I'm not like visually confused type of thing.
Yeah.
You know, if you know what I mean, like even like in later worlds where you meet like real people, and like for some reason they still
It
don't
just
look.
looks okay. Yeah, I totally
Yeah.
get it. It's like wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a weird, but like visually the striking look. It's like like that style is just so. It's kind of like Who Framed Roger Rabbit in a weird way. To me, when I
All
look at it.
right.
Because it's like it's something that I look at and I just don't bat an eye seeing like something that's so surreal in front of my eyes.
It's like things are obviously not of the same world, but it's like
Yeah.
But they work.
there's nothing different about that.
Yeah, it's like I don't.
There's nothing wrong here.
I see like Sora like looking at like Rapunzel from Tangled, and it's like, yeah, it's like this like Sora is like always kind of looked like an anime character, but like now he kind of looks like a Disney character, right? Like they refine the style and just like little nudges here and there, and he looks like he belongs in a Disney movie, and it's awesome.
They push both sliders for like the or the OC character Pixar, so I think they fit that way.
Mhm.
They Disneyfied the real characters enough, and they humanized the Disney characters enough to where they kind of met in the middle. I
Yeah.
feel like.
Yeah, I think so too. It looks great.
Which, I mean, I'm still early on, but it kind of bums me out that I haven't seen any Final Fantasy yet, because I want to look in this engine.
Mhm.
So I hope I see some down the road, or pretty soon, honestly. But yeah,
I mean, at this point, Sephiroth is a staple, so
Spiky hair type situations.
Yeah.
What else you got, Abishan?
Like most of the stuff I want to talk about is the story stuff, so I can't really get into it that much. But yeah, like unless we're going to talk about like some other stuff, then yeah, I can't really talk too much about it.
That's fair. I don't want to necessarily get into it. I'll say like there's a pretty good goof like right at the beginning, like involving a title card that pops. That's pretty fucking good. And I like, man, it was not at all expected. And I can see it like totally frustrated some people, but I was like so here for it.
Yeah, I'm one of those people.
Yeah, I figured. The like
He hasn't
numbered
seen it yet.
title card. No, yeah, you have. It happens right before you enter the Hercules.
2.9.
Yeah.
You're in 2.9.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Absolutely.
That's
intentional.
It's such a dumb bit.
It's
After
the best bit in the world.
I love it.
After I played through that part and I saw the actual logo for Kingdom Hearts 3, I actually had to go to bed, so I did turn it off.
Mhm.
Not out of rage or anything like that. I legitimately, it was past my bedtime. And I walked into the room where Jessica was. I think she was playing something, and I walked in. She goes, "Oh, how's Kingdom Hearts 3?" I'm like, "I don't know." And she's like, "What do you mean you don't know?" I was like, "I just started it. I just started it." She's like, "What have you been doing the last 2.5 hours?" I was like, "Playing Kingdom Hearts 2.9." And she's like, "Moises is screaming right now." And I got on headset with him. He's like, "I'm never playing this game. I'm red." I was like, "Dude, trust me. I understand." because it's such a Nomura thing to do.
Yeah, it is. Again, like I get it. Like if
Oh yeah, I totally
if it
do
didn't work
too.
for you, I get it. But like it really worked for me.
I think it's funny, but just like the audacity almost.
I know
like,
it's
how dare you?
yeah. I mean, there's dumb stuff in this game. It's,
Oh, yeah.
it's all right. Yeah, no, it feels great, looks great, plays great. I'm very happy with it. I like how everything went. I like that game a lot. So, 2 thumbs up. My recommendation.
I'm really excited to get into like a deep dive with it. And like I said, really get some more meaty story stuff because I haven't seen much yet. So I'm waiting for it to pop off. I cannot wait because I want to love it. I want to be as excited as you two are.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't had a reason to yet. It's not that I'm not. I just haven't had a reason to. So
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to it.
I got you. I think to be fair, like I think I came at it with the right expectation. Like I think I was in a good headspace for what this game was going to do for me, and it ended up like actually like legitimately exceeding my expectations, like overall. Even if, like I said, there were things that didn't end up being there that I wish were there, and kind of like those minor disappointments. There are many minor disappointments that I was worried might end up bothering me, but didn't. So,
is any of this mechanical stuff?
no, not really. I think I guess technically some of it's mechanical of like things that I would want to have done, but yeah, it did not. Like I said, it did not end up bothering me. But I don't want to say too much.
I'm a sucker for like the end of series. I'm one of those weird people where Harry Potter 7 is my favorite book.
Yeah.
In the series, and Harry Potter 8 is my favorite movie. Return of the King. So like I like endings.
I do too. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So like I'm going into this with the mentality of like, please God, it's finally ending.
Mm-hmm.
But like in a good way because I'm looking forward to it. Like I want to see how the story ends. I want it to finally be over because I've been playing this game or this series more than half my life. But yeah, so like I'm kind of going in a mixed bag of like, please let it end, and oh god, I can't wait for it to end. I'm so excited to see what happens. So
yeah, I'm excited for you. Cool. I think that's all we have to say. Anything else, Nabashin, or before you hold your peace until our like deep dive at the end here?
Just a few stuff like mechanically, my
Yeah,
mic wasn't
that's
working.
what.
So I was,
No, you're good. That's what I wanted to get from you. So
like I wish the targeting worked as good as it did in 2 and 1.
Yeah.
Any other ones? Because like when you target something, it usually switches the camera to where that thing is at. It does not do that in this game. So like you have to manually switch the camera every time when you want to like find something, or find even where you target that, which is like kind of a weird choice in that one.
I was wondering what felt different about the lock-on, but now that you mentioned that, that's exactly what it is.
Huh.
Mhm.
I don't know if I noticed that.
I
Yeah.
did, and I thought it was better.
Okay.
Then again, it's if I'll put it this way: in 2, you had to be very careful when you hit that lock on in harder difficulties,
Yeah.
because
You get yourself into trouble.
oftentimes it would, if you were to try to lock on to something, but you needed to pull out your block right away, that could turn you around just enough to get hit by what you were trying to block.
Mm.
So having the ability to lock on, do what you need to do with your current camera angle, and then quick snap to where you want to be, I think that's very good.
Yeah.
But I like it. To me, it is the most minor adjustment because it's it's a minor extra button press.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
If you weren't relying on that as I was, then yeah, I can see how that's very jarring.
Yeah.
What was the other thing? Like some other things is like this feels like the most mashy that I've felt of the Kingdom Hearts game. Like probably in a good while. Maybe since like Birth by Sleep, I guess. I don't know. I don't know when's like the last time I felt like this, because like, or maybe because like because it has the aesthetic of 2, I'm thinking it should be playing a little bit more like 2, and it doesn't. As far as like I'm just pretty much pressing X the entire time, more than like switching from X to square to like do something variance or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna blame that on the various amount of
Shit
what
that
is
you
it,
can do.
triangle commands
Yeah.
that you
Mhm.
have between switching forms and all of that, and not just because the options aren't there. Are the options just not there later to press X, like to launch them in the air?
We have stuff like later on where you hit X and you hit circle this time, and that'll launch them into the air, so you can have air launches like that.
Yeah.
But it's not like something like where you can extend your combo as far as like with square or something.
You can still
So,
like launch people in the air though, like mid combo and continue on. There's an ability
Mhm.
for that. So like
Yeah, so I'm gonna say a good chunk of that is due to, well, there's no real point of just launching them into the air if you get to your triangle commands before then.
yeah, I think
Stuff like that.
that's how they wanted to break it
Especially
up.
when they die.
I don't know. I thought it felt a lot. I thought it was like mashy in a way that 2 was. I guess for me.
Yeah, it
it's-
feels about on par with 2.
It's hitting a lot of. It hit a lot of the same notes for 2. I part of like was it just how great it looked. So I was like using magic constantly. So like that helps break up that stuff for me.
I agree. Magic is way
dope in this
better in this game.
Magic's fucking cool in this game.
Hmm.
You got-
That's good to hear, because y'all know how I really
I know how you
like
feel
the
about
other
fucking
one.
Magic, Scott. Like,
Honestly, I'm the same way. I don't like magic. I don't like using it. So.
Yeah. I would try and integrate it a little bit. It really mixes some things up in a cool way. Especially this
in
later
2,
Magic.
there's the recharge system with it, and how
Yeah.
Kier kind of took up all of your MP,
Yeah.
Mhm.
as well as how they played out. It was, you basically used magic in magic form and master form.
Yeah.
And if you could kind of do it in final form, but your X attacks were kind of just better.
Yeah.
So,
I like
in
that they
this
brought
game, it seems.
they brought the MP range system back, but like they tweaked it in a way that I don't know. I like a lot.
Right.
I think the summons
other
are
thing
cool in this
is-
game too.
The other thing is, they were in 2. The spells were almost all the same, because it was, you had thunder, which was, I guess, thunder, but then it was freeze and fire were almost the same spell.
Yeah, but like fire did like the AoE around you, and then freeze was like an actual projectile. Later on, I would end up using stuff like reflect.
Oh,
way more.
right. That's how they changed that.
Yeah.
I don't think I cast reflect once anytime I've ever played Kingdom Hearts.
If you're getting into like the critical mode shit, it becomes very clutch.
Woo!
Yeah, I
Yeah,
never did.
If you're playing critical mode on many bosses, then
Oh, man.
you need it's Magnera, reflect,
Yep.
gravity, everything.
Every fucking
yeah.
thing.
I never used any of them. Yeah, I never played critical.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, no. What I wanted to say in option is, to me, those extra triangle commands kind of make the game seem a little easier than normal. So
Sure.
you don't, on proud mode, I'm not seeing myself have to switch up what I'm doing versus what I've been given already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I do get it now.
So I can easily see that being exactly the problem.
Mm-hmm. Any
And
other?
again, super early in, I don't know if you just have a massive lack of commands.
Right.
Any other thoughts? Feelings?
Just that the attractions happen just a little bit way too often.
Yeah, there's a lot of. I'm definitely at a point like in the end game too, like where like I'll have 3 of them queued up. I'm like, I'm not gonna do any of these.
Yeah, I'm getting really tired of the attractions. And I think I wouldn't be as tired of them if they
L2
didn't-
baby.
Well, if they spaced them out a little bit more as far as like getting new ones, because I feel like by the second world you've seen all of them,
Yeah.
as far as I know.
Yeah, it'll let you know when you've seen all of them too.
Oh, okay.
There's like a little checkbox that lets you know.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, I've seen like 4 or 5 of them, and it's just like there's no progression there, so it's like
yeah.
not fun anymore.
Mhm.
Well, it's the other thing is they can happen every fight.
Yep.
yeah,
And
That's the
it's
other thing.
you should kind of save these for
Espe-
fights where they make sense.
especially like when the train shit happens, like on the Titan boss, and you're like, this is fucking wild, and it's
Yeah.
like,
And then the Titan boss is gone.
yeah, and it's over. It's like, oh, I haven't seen the train in a while. Yeah, I get it. I think the attractions are like the least
Well, I mean,
interesting
what I was
thing.
getting on.
Yeah, if they were like
is
summons, like
it's-
the summons, I think I would like them more.
Yeah, the summons are cool.
Yeah.
Though. I wish I used them more often. You have to have full MP to use the summons. I was always using magic, so
The freaking the Dream Eater or the Dream Eater?
Dream Eater.
The first one you get. I wasn't expecting to see them in this game.
it's. I mean, it's
They po-
it's
he pops
you
up and
got to
it's
get
like,
your
okay.
pupper.
Yeah, you just gotta, I guess.
I like. I'm sorry, now, which I know you hate Dream Eaters, but
I do too.
I think they're cute.
I mean, they're cute, but it's just like it's bad Pokemon as far as
They're
Dream
purple
Eater
Pokemon.
goes.
That's all they
Yeah.
are, and I'm okay with that. Cool. I'm like, I just think there's just like a sense of, and I think maybe you'll feel me on this, Nabashin. I'm just like relieved. Like there is like this thing that has just always been there, and it's like I'm finally relieved.
You're free.
For years.
Like this game could have been bad.
It could have been bad. Like there was a very real possibility that this game could have been very bad. It's not. And I'm very relieved. I'm just like, yeah, it's that thing of like with the conversation we had of like, is this game going to feel finished? It does. I think it's a good finish. And I'm relieved.
Thank you, Unreal 4.
Thank you, Unreal Engine 4. Boy, howdy. Can't imagine like how much of a nightmare this would have been if they stuck with the Crystallis engine.
Luminous.
Yeah, man. Oof.
Oh yeah, they were using Crystallis at one point, weren't
Yeah,
they?
the luminous Crystallis beauteous
Blah, blah, blah,
Spiky
blah, blah.
Harris engine. Yeah, and I also like I'm sure you probably had this thought too, Navashin. I love all of like the Unreal Engine 4 tech demo shit that is in this game, like rocks breaking apart and like look at all these different particles and like voxels that we can create. I'm like, all right. I mean, I'm into it, but this is silly. Like especially like on Mount Olympus, like a rock breaks in front of you, and it's like all these unique little rock things falling down. I'm like, I mean, it's cool technology, but someone who's really into Unreal Engine 4.
Yeah.
Real quick,
At the same time, it fit.
Yeah, it was cool.
Mm.
Yes.
real quick, did you see that secret in it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you guys? I know Nabashin. I saw your post. Did you guys both finish it on proud mode? I know Nabashin did.
Yeah. I did. Yeah.
Okay. Because I'm playing on standard, so I have to get some of the lucky emblems to see the ending. I don't remember exactly how many, but I know I have to get some.
Really? Okay.
What do
Is
you have
that
to
how
do
it
on
works?
proud mode to see it?
What's that?
What do you have to do on?
I think you
proud
just have
mode?
to beat it.
Yeah, you have to beat it. So for beginner, you have to find every single lucky emblem. For standard, I think you have to find half, and for proud mode, you just see it.
No, that's not bad at all.
Yeah.
Wait. When I say secret ending, I meant the other secret ending.
Well, there's I've seen all of it.
Okay.
I don't know the
Hey, multicolored eyes. Did you see that?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen all.
Hey, spoilers.
Eyes. Where are the eyes? Yeah. I've seen all of it. So
That's very
think-
important to the series.
it's true. Eye color actually is important to the series.
Yeah. What a bizarre thing to choose.
I mean,
Pretty
like,
common.
yeah, it's I don't know. It's like anime. Like I get it.
Yeah.
Like
no.
look at Sasuke. It's basically that, you know.
I mean, Harry Potter did it too.
Yeah,
so
sure.
yeah.
It's super common everywhere.
Yeah,
Yeah.
eye color. It's the window to the soul, Andrew.
Yeah, true. And this is all about hearts and souls and data and dreams and every
Yeah,
other
Hey,
intangible
let
thing.
me tell you about my good friend Big Data. my favorite extra character in this game. Cool. I think that's a good end to Kingdom Hearts talk. Positive, feeling good. I hope it picks up for you, Andrew. Keep on keeping on, Scott. I think you're gonna have a great
No,
time.
I'm so excited.
Let's talk about other video games. Scott, have you been playing anything else, or is
Nothing too much to note. I think we talked about Dungeon of the Endless.
Yeah, we did. We talked about it last week.
So yeah, we did some of that, a little more of that. I've decided to completely skip on Anthem.
Were you considering it?
Basically,
Did you play the
I
demo?
was. I was going to,
Okay.
but it's one. It's an MMO that's going to fall into MMO traps.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to treat the live service as an MMO. They're going to try and probably treat it closer to they would the Call of Duty game.
Okay.
EA doesn't do that well.
God, all the faith in your heart is gone, Scott.
Completely.
I'm gonna use
And
I'm gonna use Kingdom Hearts to recreate the world where Scott has faith again.
And then they did an early leak, and I would put that in quotations, of the microtransactions that are going to be in the game.
Okay, I've not heard anything about those.
Come on, you had to expect it.
Yeah, I mean, I knew they were definitely coming. I just don't know what they would be.
And they are. I'll put it this way. They're not good.
I bet.
It's extremely overpriced cosmetics.
Mm-hmm.
And by overpriced, I mean like I play Black Desert.
Very
you
good
gotta
point.
you gotta understand.
Yeah, you got a chip on your
When I
shoulder.
say overpriced, that's the comparison.
Yeah.
So, and then the league kind of seems like they want the backlash for attention.
Huh. Man.
So it's one of those PR things where it's like, listen, I am all about kind of ducking under all that shit and playing a game I think is fun to play.
Yeah.
But you've done everything wrong currently. This is an MMO that's going to have MMO problems. And you also aren't the studio with the best track record.
Yeah.
So I think that this game could be fun in 6 months after release. But
Yeah, for all games now, though.
Yeah, that's true. Especially
that's
games
the-
of this ilk, you know.
Hello Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah. Ooh, very fun right now.
Hello a ton of indie games.
Yeah, or Resident Evil 2. There's some good games. I would say like
there's a plenty of release day on release games that work. In the AAA scene, you could toss a coin for 50-50. But
super true.
Yeah, that's
so and it's when you're doing an MMO, you can't. I'll put it this way: World of Warcraft already flopped for that reason.
Mm-hmm.
The hardest it's ever flopped before. So
I think they'll be fine,
that is the only thing that this game kind of has going for it, because I've also not heard the greatest things about how the game controls.
Sure.
Yeah. I play the alpha. And,
Yeah.
Oh boy.
You didn't like it?
I played on my PC, and I have a gaming laptop, so like it should have run fine. I was either flying straight into the air, like straight up, or straight into the ground. There was no middle ground. No matter what I did in my settings, I could not control my javelin. To the point where
Do you think your javelin could control you?
That's still kind of a problem, and I want to say, the way I looked at the map and how everything's laid out, free flying isn't exactly something that you're supposed to do early on.
But it was asking me to do it in the mission. That's the thing. It's like, hey, fly.
No,
from this point to this point.
I mean, like you can fly, but I mean, if you want to just sit there and hover,
Yeah.
just stay there for 10 minutes. No, you can't do that.
I want to do that.
Yeah.
However, short distances, maybe 30 seconds,
Yeah.
you should kind of be able to go wherever you want. But I suspect that it's not supposed to be the easiest thing in the world to do.
Yeah.
It got to the point where like I was playing with a group of like 3 of my friends, and I was just like, guys, I gotta drop. I can't do this. Is not working. And they were having problems too, but for some reason mine was real bad. And I even knocked the settings down to the lowest, and it's still I could not couldn't do it.
Do you think that was something like on the server end of things, or do you think that was the game?
Yeah, I want to give it like the benefit of the doubt, but at the same time, like
No, considering it's an alpha, that's almost definitely game related. It's
Yeah.
probably how that it's definitely how that game's running on your computer.
yeah,
But it's also in general, it probably wasn't refined as well as it is now.
Yeah.
yeah. So, but I know that like that's the risk of playing alpha, but like I wasn't super high on the game going into the alpha. I was hoping the alpha would have its problems, but kind of push me in the right direction. But it didn't even do that. So
Yeah,
I'm actually
no.
kind of backing off Anthem as well. As much as I wanted to be excited about it, I was talking to Al. I think you were all here. I don't remember if this was during bonus content or not, but like I just can't do games as service. I don't have the time,
Oh.
and this is exactly what this is going to be. It's going to be
Well, that's
Destiny
the thing.
for me all over.
MMOs have to have the service aspect with it
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
in some form.
Yeah.
World of Warcraft has its raids. What was it?
I mean, Destiny has its like loot loop and its raids too. So
Yeah.
Yeah, Destiny has its loop. Black Desert is you pay once, you're kind of forced to kind of shell out more later on, but it's every expansion to the game is free past that.
yeah.
So, and they have, when servers weren't working right, they have switched providers to fix it.
Yeah.
So it's when a game is service, they have to do that service end of it, and it's what it looks like from our end is that it's EA. Anthem 2 is already in the making, and it's for a game like this. It's that Anthem 2 team needs to be working on Anthem still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like 6 months into the game, absolutely you can have an Anthem 2 team.
Yeah,
Right
but it's going to be
now-
small.
Yeah. Pre-prod.
Yeah, exactly.
And I mean, I guess you could have like a very small pre-prod team right now, but it's
Oh, no.
anybody
Yeah,
who
I'm sure
who
they
can
do.
do any legwork in Anthem should be doing legwork in Anthem.
Yeah.
I think we both meant pre-prod in like 6 months, like you said.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
we were agreeing with you. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm with you. Do
Yeah.
you guys know how long the demo for this weekend is going? Is it over already?
I assume it's Sunday night or Monday morning, but I'm not sure.
I think it's Monday morning when it ends.
Okay, because I downloaded it to my Xbox. I just want to see it.
Yeah.
I'm
That's pretty much
bummed
what
out.
I did.
Yeah, I saw you booted up Nabishan, so I was curious.
I would like to play it on not a computer, because I'm sure it's something going on with my computer, which is weird because I never had a problem with gaming on it before. So I'd like to give it another shot, but at the same time,
I mean,
I don't have the time.
I personally, unless the problem was frame stuttering and low frames, I don't think. I guess it could also be that if you were playing on a laptop, the keyboard drivers might not be working properly on it.
Oh, I love
But
me
at the
some
same
keyboard
time-
drivers.
Drivers.
But at the same time, I doubt getting it on the console is going to make it any better.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a matter of like how it plays and feels. Yeah.
If it's how it plays and feels, very little does it generally have to do with your computer.
Yeah. No, I mean there was frame rate drops, skips, as well, which also made it very difficult to control.
Yeah.
So it was a lot of problems that I just, like I said, put a bad taste in my mouth, but that's the risk of an alpha. So
I want to see if I can rally
Yeah,
maybe.
I think half of those problems will be fixed, if not already soon.
yeah,
But at the same time, that's half the problems and probably not even the biggest ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to see if I can rally because I'll probably get Anthem. I'll be honest. It seems like a game I would probably like. I like Destiny a lot.
Yeah, it's like to me. It looks like it's Destiny 1 as Destiny 1 released,
hmm
Yeah, I'm here for it. Let's go. Ground floor.
as Destiny 1 releases.
Yeah.
And it's like
It could be fine.
it could be fine, and so long as they don't dump extra gameplay changing microtransactions to it, I can easily see it also being kind of I can see it having microtransactions kind of at the start,
Yeah.
not so bad, but at the same time, they're going to, when anything noticeable after that first release comes out, they're gonna be asking you extra money for it, and then of course the sequel's looking to come too soon.
Yeah.
Have they talked at all about the roadmap for like expansions and stuff like that? Is it paid? Is it free?
I don't
Like,
know.
what's-
I don't think they've talked about it all yet.
Okay.
I think it's just pretty much mum's the word. I know they've
Yeah.
said
The
that
only
they
thing
have
that
a
we
plan.
have to go is a lot of EA history.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
most
that's
definitely.
what this is. This is what I'm basing it off of. It would be
Yeah.
a pleasant surprise for them to not do that. But
Yeah, for sure.
if you take a look at how Destiny does things, and you take a look at how this
Mhm.
looks very similar to what Destiny is,
Oh,
Yeah.
100%.
It's like, yeah, okay.
almost as if it's their response to Destiny.
Mhm.
Yeah. Almost.
And then I don't see them doing too much different in terms of payment model.
Andrew, this is not fair. You can't just have a dog there and make me feel sad because I don't have a dog.
I'm sorry. He came
Yeah,
to say
yeah.
hi.
That's
So
all
long as he's quiet.
right. He's quiet. Yeah, he's being a good boy.
He's an idiot, so his default setting is good.
Nabashin, is there any? And forgive me for asking this in a post Mass Effect Andromeda world. Is there any passing interest in Anthem because of the Bioware label for you?
I know how to answer that question.
I know. I'm just, I'm throwing it out there. I'm playing the host ball. I'm just trying to like pull some like inner feeling. Maybe there's a little bit of hope left in you. No, shit. I'm just trying to find it.
No, it's funny. Hanging out with Katie and her boyfriend, Anthem just came up out of nowhere while we were talking or whatever, and her boyfriend's like a huge Mass Effect fan, and he feels like and it's funny too because he when Fallout 76 came out, he's not tapped into the internet's opinion of that game, so he enjoys that game for what it is, and he likes it for what it is. He hasn't played it in a while, but when it came out, he played it all bugs and all. He didn't care. But when it came to Anthem, I asked him about that. He was like, "No, this is just BioWare trying to do a Destiny type of game, and I'm just not here for it. They took away, they took away my Mass Effect, to be something like everybody else. So it's like no. So, and that's kind of how I.
At the same time, that is the A team.
Yeah.
To me, that's the only thing that has it going for it. So I'm definitely not going to be getting it into it. I'm bowing straight out of everybody who is.
Yeah.
So Alex, if you could do me a favor,
Yeah.
if you could wait a while.
Yeah. And then jump in with you
appreciate
in 6 months.
Yeah.
All right. I could maybe do that. That could end up happening. So.
But I say for me personally, other than it being a multiplayer game, and I'll never touch it because of that. But
Hell yeah. Solidarity.
As a game itself, if for it to be a game that's to be similar to everything else instead of being the unique thing that it is, and though it might be a good of being something like what everyone else is, it's just not. It's not something I care about personally.
Yeah. Doggo gets it. He feels you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things where I kind of put myself in the Destiny trap, and I like that game. I like that kind of game. I've found in myself a way to like that game. So I'm at least willing to give Anthem a shot. So that's I've not played it yet, so we'll see how it feels.
And the other thing is, Anthem would, from an outside standpoint, not knowing the control issues that it has in some aspects, it would look like better Destiny because it kind of has the upfront story
Yeah.
set out in the BioWare manner.
Yeah. I'm really
That's-
curious to see what the story's like.
That's one thing that is keeping me kind of on board is the story. I want a good sci-fi story and I feel like I haven't. I remember last time I had a good sci-fi story in a game.
Yeah. I got
Destiny
you.
So-
2's all right.
What was
Destiny's
that? Destiny 2?
Destiny 2's
Destiny
alright.
2's all right. So
Yeah.
the big problem with Destiny 2 is it's scattered. It's scattered and it's also the best way to put it is this way: it is scattered, and half of it is not gained through playing Destiny 2.
Yeah.
And yeah, I want a beginning to end story with supplemental stuff and expansion packs. Whereas I feel like,
Wolf.
yeah, Wolf. I feel like Destiny never really delivered on that. Destiny 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Because I went into Destiny 2 not caring about the world of Destiny, and I relied on you two. Whereas it's nice because Anthem has a fresh start. This is a world that they can hook you in with the story right away. They're set up for expansions and sequels as far as story goes.
Let me tell you about the Dreaming City, Andrew. All right. There's this big wish dragon, right? And the dragon dies and creates a wish. At the end, it creates a loop.
I thought we were done with Kingdom Hearts.
A 3-week loop, right? And then there are these dudes that are just feeding off of the hatred from that loop. And every time it resets, it gets stronger and stronger and stronger. Destiny's wild.
Yeah.
It's all
Yeah,
told
that's-
through environmental storytelling and the characters in fiction realizing that they are caught in a loop. It's pretty good. Andrew, you've been playing one of my favorite games of all time.
My man.
All time. Where is your relationship with Tales of Vesperia? Is this a game that you had played before?
Yes.
What did you say, Notion?
That's a Kingdom Hearts.
Kingdom Hearts.
Kingdom
Hearts 3's up there, like, already, and I know it's too early to really start putting stuff up there. I like, we already talked to the 2 versus 3 conversation, but Kingdom Hearts 3 is a fucking good game. Where did you come in with Tales of Vesperia?
So Vesperia for me, I got an Xbox pretty late into, or Xbox 360 pretty late into its life cycle, probably about halfway. And I came from PS2, where I primarily played JRPGs.
Fuck yeah.
So getting an Xbox 360, I googled JRPGs,
And there were 3 results.
yeah, right. Lost Odyssey,
Yep.
Tales of Vesperia. So I picked up Lost Odyssey and Tales of Vesperia. Did not care for Lost Odyssey, but really loved Tales of Vesperia. Really loved it.
Excellent.
Then my Xbox died, and I lost all my save data.
I'm sorry.
So I got about halfway through, I think, Tales of Vesperia, and never wanted the time back into it. So I never finished it.
It's a 70-hour game. Like, no disrespect here. I get it.
Yeah. So when they said, "Hey, we're remaking it, let's go," I was on board immediately.
And it's come to Switch.
Yeah, exactly. And I had a struggle because I was like, do I want to get PS4 for trophies, or do I want to get on Switch for mobility?
Or do I want to buy it on Xbox One for brand loyalty? Like I do.
I don't have an Xbox One, so that was eliminated. For me.
Okay, cool.
But I understand where you're coming.
Yeah.
And then Zyger reminded me, hey, Tails is usually a huge pain in the ass. It's like, hey, good point. And also, like, this was about to come out right when I got my new job where I was going to start traveling a lot, so that's perfect for the Switch. So it's kind of my travel game right now. If I'm on planes or in hotels, I'm playing Tales of Vesperia.
Great travel game. Excellent. I've
sure.
thought about buying it a second time just so, like, when I go to bed at night, I can take my Switch up and cuddle up with Tales of Vesperia in bed.
There you go.
I have not yet, but we'll see.
Vesperia will be the second Tales game I beat. The first one is Tales of Hearts R.
Wow, that's like one of the few ones I own and have barely touched.
I beat it twice. I think by the time I finished it, I had like 92% of the trophies.
Is it good?
No.
Wow. Okay, there you go.
I mean, it's fine. It's a pretty run of the mill JRPG. It's not anything to write home about if you have the opportunity to play it. Sure, why not? Do I remember anything from it? No.
Gotcha.
But that's because it just turns into a convoluted mess at the end, just like every JRPG ends up
Yeah.
turning into. So
I really like Tales of Vesperia. I talked about it quite a bit a couple weeks ago, so we don't necessarily have to get into all of it. But are you enjoying your time with the definitive edition?
yeah, I'm not caught up to where I was yet. For those of you who played, I just got Raven.
Okay. For the first time?
So yeah. So I'm still really early. So I'm in the woods right.
Cave Mock, baby.
Yep. And
I've beaten the game like 7 times. And again,
okay.
cannot stress enough, it is legitimately a 50 to 70 hour game, and I have done this to myself multiple times.
It's a very long game, or fairly long game.
It's very
but yeah, I'm enjoying it a lot. I'm really excited to get Patty because she's a new character.
Patty's fucking great, dude.
Well, and you see her a bunch. Like, I've seen her like quite a few times already. I'm just like, just join my party already.
She's very like well integrated in the story. You do not get her in your party until like Act 2. So
yeah, and I know where Act 1 I know where Act 2 starts because I've been in. I got to Act. So okay, so I'm getting close-ish.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you remember the Sands of Kogor?
No, I don't think I got there.
It's a desert.
I did not get there.
Cool. That's when you're gonna get Patty.
Okay, so now I have something to look forward to.
Yeah. Yeah, and that game's great. I love. What's great too is, I mean, obviously, are you playing in English?
Yeah, because I don't know. I had the same thing with anime. Like I have voice acting.
Yeah,
I get too distracted with Japanese voice acting.
Yeah. Obviously, the localization VO stuff is a bummer. Very, very, very noticeable.
Honestly, to me, it seems like it's the wrong way to play at this point.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can't like disagree with that. So it's one of those things of like, hey, we got like 70 hours of Troy Baker VO, and we're not going to throw it away. So just fill in the gaps, I guess. And I get it. Yeah. Like, I would do the same. So. Because we're not gonna pay him, so we're not gonna ask him to come back. So you just fill the gaps.
It's a huge bummer.
Yeah, but I think regardless, like it is still great, and the story's still great, the character's still great, and what's awesome is I think the last act, the third act, which you've not even seen any of, is one, it's fucking wild, but two, it's like excellent. It's some of the best stuff in that game is at the end, like. It comes together in the end instead of falling apart in a lot of ways. And like, especially once, like when I had last played it, it was finally a thing that I was trying to like notice and pay more attention to this time around playing it is like, when does the group like start adventuring together because they want to be together? Because there's a lot of like, I'm doing this for this and I'm doing this for this, and them kind of feeding each other excuses. And what's cool is like, there's a really subtle curve where like, the excuses become more and more like of a stretch, and you realize that they're just kind of talking around how they want to stay together. And then when the moments where they were like, we're going to fucking figure this out. Like we're a team now. We're going to do this together. Are really great. And like the way that the additional characters kind of round that out is really great. And like really kind of noticing that moment in the game and seeing it all come together is awesome. And the through line of that through the end of Act 2, which is like very emotional, into Act 3, which is like just like heavy hitters after heavy hitters, and like big moments and cool dungeons and cool encounters over and over and over again. It's a great game.
I'm just excited to finally have a meaty JRPG on the Switch. Because I believe it's really the first one.
Yeah, Hollow Knight like is certainly a meaty RPG. But it's a different thing.
I'm also terrible at it, so
yeah, it's a hard game.
Yeah, I've tried twice and I just can't. So yeah, I'm just excited to have a meaty JRPG. Instead of just looking for more moons in Mario, which is fun, but also gets old.
Yeah, still looking. 1 year later, over a year later, looking for those moons.
I'm at like 700, so I've got a lot.
I got a lot. Cool. Is that all you've been playing, Andrew?
I dabbled in Minute a little bit and Gree. So but not enough to really talk about them at any length. Grease pretty, Minutes unique. That's about it.
Cool. I like Grease a lot. I had an emotional connection with that game. Have you played that,
It's-
Nabishin? Did I tell you to play that?
Yeah.
You did play that?
Yeah, I played it. Yeah.
What did you think of it?
We went over it in Game of the Year, but
Shit.
um,
Dude, there was a lot of podcasts in Game of the Year.
like I said, like visually, I think the game was like phenomenal. It was just like the motivation or like the lack thereof in that game. Seemingly, other than like bringing color into the world, like I didn't really like get as far as that. So like that's like the only thing that was been not really me bringing me back to it, because like Journey was about going to the mountain, but like I didn't really see the motivation in Greece at first. So I I've kind of just not gone back to that game since. So.
I gotcha.
As somebody who never played Journey, I know Grease is very similar. I like it. But
Like people saying it's similar though. I think it like is a discredit to both. I think it hurts both more than it helps either.
okay.
It is going for a different thing.
Okay.
Journey is like very much like a
Social experiment.
social experiment. It's very much like a extended metaphor, I think. And Greece is too, but the metaphors are different, and
Gotcha.
they're different enough that I would say like those two are different things.
Okay.
With a similar vehicle of delivering that message. Of like, hey, we got pretty art, a red cape, and no dialogue. Have fun. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, maybe we'll round out a little bit more video game talk. Amish and I both played Resident Evil 2. Maybe we can add some stuff to that. And then we'll do some news, answer some questions, make some bets, and we'll throw it out. So we will be back in just a little bit.
Nice.
Choo.
And we're back. Welcome back, guys.
Hello.
Hello. It is now time to talk about Resident Evil 2, a game that I played and you played, Nabashin. That's the only other game you have here, so I assume that's the only other thing you played.
Yeah.
Where are you at in Resident Evil 2? What's going on? What's the
Well,
word?
I haven't played that much of it as of
Okay.
late.
Um,
Still love that game.
yeah. I played through, finished the police station as Leon S. Kennedy. Which is cool. And again, I'm still new to Resident Evil 2 myself, but it was cool to kind of go through that. Andrew Taylor and I sat down. We recorded our Leon A playthrough talking about the police station. So it was kind of like the first official episode of Raccoon City Radio. It's the first episode was us kind of talking about our history of the franchise, and the one-shot demo. This was, hey, we're in it. We're living it. That game's great. I'm a big fan. I guess there isn't terribly too much to say about it, just because like I'm very much going at a bit of a snail's pace with that game, partly because of Kingdom Hearts, but also partly because the way that I'm playing it to play it alongside Andrew. But I don't know, it's a cool game. You never played the original Namashin. I was gonna ask if there was anything new that you noticed, but I guess did you watch the Huber Bossman full playthrough on Easy Allies?
No, I didn't have time. I was playing Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, I got you. I watched the beginning of it, just like up until whenever, it's good stuff. Huber is one, he's very good at that game, but two, great at like kind of like indicating things that he noticed. And as someone who just knows that game super well, it's cool to hear his perspective on that, of things that have changed and whatnot. Highly recommended. Just anything Easy Allies, I highly recommend wholeheartedly. Anything else you played this week, Nabashin?
Nope, just been playing Kingdom Hearts.
I will say, I didn't mention this earlier just to kind of bring up the Kingdom Hearts conversation. This is the only time I've ever played a game and I couldn't believe I was playing the game. Like, I out loud said, I can't believe I'm playing Kingdom Hearts 3 right now. That is how much it shook me to my very core. Just like early on in the beginning of like going through the tutorial area, which is very cool, and it's fun to see all the mysticism of Kingdom Hearts intros still there, and just like, man, fuck, Kingdom Hearts.
Okay.
It's real. It's real.
My friend texted me December 29th, said Kingdom Hearts 3 comes out in a month. I said, no, it does not. It is not out until it's in my hands or on my PlayStation. I don't care what they say. With this game, I will not believe it. So I had kind of the same reaction when I finished downloading it and booted up. Like, it's real. It's here. This is a thing.
I cried a lot. Like, just before I played anything in that game, I just like there's this like little opening scene that's just like a clips of older games. I just cried.
That opening scene is so good. Or are you talking about the one
The pre
menu?
title screen, like pre pause, like start menu, like where it's just like playing the
Okay, so
music.
the credits one.
Yeah, you boot up the game before anything happens.
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, it's got the opening
you get
credits playing,
It's so good.
and I just started crying. I was just like so emotional. Like it meant so much to me.
Face Your Fears is a lot better than I thought it was going to be.
It's fucking good, dude.
I fuck with Face Your Fears.
Yeah, I've fucked facing my fears. something face my fears.
So
I was in for the wibbly wobblies. George Cruz hates it, but I don't think he likes anything. So
I mean, it's not my favorite opening song,
but
I still like it.
Yeah.
I'll take that. I'll settle.
I
guys,
think I still like Sanctuary more.
Yeah, I think that's fun fact. One of the few Kingdom Hearts conversations I've had with Tony Horvath was an impassioned conversation where he explained to me why, on a musical level, because he loves music, why Sanctuary was like such a well composed song.
Yeah,
and I was like, this is weird coming from you.
Yeah, and I mean, like from this one, it doesn't really seem
It's not like as
like
intricately made, you know.
right. That's what I mean. It for all the things that are modern in this game, it's like this song was one of the things where I was like, you don't have to be modern here.
Yeah. It's also like
But-
modern, but it's also kind of like super 2009. But I was like way into it.
Wouldn't it be 12?
Maybe, I don't know.
Pretty
Whenever
sure it'd be
dubstep
12.
was popular.
Yeah,
Pretty sure that was 12.
11 to 12. Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably
Because I think it started in 9, but it was popular like 3
popular.
years later.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, because I was early college for me was when it was popular. So
You guys want to talk about like some news or something?
yeah, sure.
Andrew, have you ever listened to this podcast before?
Yes.
Okay. Damn.
Why? I mean,
News in Have you heard that before?
no.
Excellent. Let's talk about some news. Hot off the presses. The best thing about fresh news is that it's old news by the time it gets to you, audio listener. And that is that apparently Monday, February 4th, or February, EA and our favorite publisher and Respawn Entertainment, makers of such games as Titanfall and Titanfall 2, are going to be releasing, shadow dropping if I may, a brand new video game, a free-to-play hero battle royale shooter. Which we can just throw a couple more adjectives onto that. A lot of reporting. I think it started late last night, early this morning. It seems like a bunch of influencers, I put in quotes, went and got to see this game called Apex Legends. Still,
why I got leaked.
yes, which is why it got leaked. A bunch of influencers went and played it, and of course, somebody found out about it. Apex Legends is going to be free to play, set in the Titanfall universe. It is hero based, a la an Overwatch, but it is also a battle royale with player count roughly 60. It seems like in that range. We got a couple of tweets from Rod Breslau at Slasher on Twitter. That's a good Twitter handle. Locked that one down early, probably.
Yeah, jeez.
Which has been corroborated by many, many very, very respectable sources, such as Jason Schreier of
All
Kotaku.
right, quick tangent.
Yeah.
I got skid on Twitter. You know what I couldn't get on
Slack.
PSN?
Skit.
Any variation of that.
That sucks.
I try so the reason why I didn't get Kingdom Hearts until earlier today,
Yeah.
that Saturday, is because I was dealing with my PSN account issues. The first one, the original email was the name of a company that was in Spanish that did not have that email saved yet.
Nice.
I did not know that. But what happened is they took that email back.
Oh.
So, and then there was just no way at that point I didn't have a driver's license. I wasn't getting that account back.
Yeah.
So I wrote that account, and that account is still on my PS3. But I like to this day, like if I want my PSN account back on that one, which is the same as this next one, I gotta call in, and that's a nightmare.
Yeah. Fuck that.
And then the other one I came in, which has an even dumber name than
What
than
it does.
normal. That's the first one.
Got it. Yeah.
That is the lesser dumb name. I enjoy that dumb name.
I know. I do too.
Second one, and you will know it if you remember it. If not, I'm just gonna leave it out. And that account doesn't have a valid email on it.
Oh.
When I made the account, there was no checking to see if the email was valid or not, and the mail had the A and the I switch. So I have to call in that one to fix it too.
That sucks. And
Yep.
you were not ready to make a third?
I tried making a third, but the other because I can't use the names that I already used,
Yeah.
and the other common names that I use, like the tertiary ones, all taken.
Fuck.
So it's like at this point, it's come up with a new name that nobody's gonna recognize me on,
Yeah.
or call in. And I was like, you know what? At this point, I should really get this taken care of. I should actually call in, cancel one of the accounts, and migrate everything over to the other one. Even though I'm pretty sure there's next to nothing on them except for the names.
Yeah.
But it would be nice at the very least free up those emails just in case.
Yeah, true. Rod
Keep going.
Brislow. I got you. Who is at Slasher. I don't know. I'm trying to look at his Twitter here. He's an esports consultant, an insider and competitive gaming leader. Is his description. Not familiar with him, but Jason Schreier tweeted him, and his word is pretty much gold. He tweeted out, blah, 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 sources who played and have knowledge of the game confirm Respawn is set to announce and release Apex Legends on Monday, February 4th. A free-to-play Titanfall hero battle royale game for PC, PS4, and Xbox One. Apex Legends will feature classes/heroes with unique abilities, maximum of 60 players per server, maximum of 3 players per team, trios, to complement each other. No Titans, just as Titanfall and Titanfall 2. Apex Legends will run on a modified source engine. Microtransactions and loot boxes for cosmetic items and in-game content are said to be in Apex Legends with a very similar approach to that in Overwatch. Browsing through Mr. at Slasher's Twitter a little bit closer, seems like Respawn specifically invited top Battle Royale streamers to take a look at their game. And the quote I have here from Rod, quoting someone who is uncredited, says, one top Battle Royale streamer / player provided their thoughts. Quote, the game definitely has a lot of potential. I don't think it'll get old fast either. Was sad to leave when the time is up, and I can't really say that about any new games in this game drought. I don't know what drought he's talking about, but I'm excited to see where it goes.
Someone's not playing Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, somebody's fucking haters out there. Tony Horvath's out there. But yeah, I don't know. It's interesting that Respawn is like kind of shadow dropping this. Allegedly, it sucks that the surprise has gotten ruined. But I guess invite all these nerds to play your game. Really, I don't know what you want. Kidding. But it seems like a cool idea. I don't know. I'll check it out if it turns out to be real. I have no reason not to doubt it. But Jason Schreier did a little bit more reporting that was cool. That apparently, when Titanfall 2 launched, Respawn was in pre-production of 3, and they were actually going to put Titanfall 3 out at the end of 2018. But they decided to push it back because essentially they wanted to get it out early because they're still using a modified source engine, and that tech is very old. And they were worried that if they didn't put out Titanfall 3 before the end of 2018, if it came out any later than that, it would feel dated. Instead, EA had them shift gears and are kind of like rebuilding Titanfall 3, possibly in a new engine. We don't know for sure yet. And it seems
Frostbite?
like probably Frostbite. I can't imagine it not being Frostbite.
Yeah.
It could be something proprietary, I guess. But EA wants everything in Frostbite, I feel.
Well, yeah, with how much money they put in time they put doing a proprietary just for Titanfall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, Madden runs on Frostbite now. They've figured it out. It's not like
from the system that couldn't run an RPG.
Yeah. It's like Frostbite was rough and bad, but it seems fine now. But it seems like the project that they were in the works on that was Titanfall 3 was rebooted into Apex Legend, and that's what is going to be coming out. Interesting that it's free to play, assuming that's true. And interesting that it's Respawn. I don't know. Anything Respawn does has at least some of my interest. Hero Battle Royale seems like a cool combination. Obviously, I feel very reactionary, but it also hasn't necessarily been done yet. At least not by somebody big. So, could be cool.
Yeah, this just because it's hero based, that interests me way more than PUBG or Fortnite. Because I never got into either of those. I never even played PUBG.
Andrew, are we gonna play Apex Legends? Are we gonna become legends together?
Yeah, let's do it. I mean, why not?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm down to try it. Especially because it's free to play. If this was paid, there's no way I would probably touch this.
Yeah.
But I like Titanfall 2, like most people.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm down.
Yeah.
I don't understand the marketing strategy behind Shadow Drop. With a property like Titanfall that is fairly well received, and EA, that doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand what they're kind of going for there. But hey, I mean, I don't have a marketing degree. They have a lot of people with marketing degrees, so
I feel like there is some aspect to Apex Legends presentation that will make it make sense as a free-to-play game.
yeah.
I think it's cool, the idea of like a shooter from a first-person shooter studio that we know and like and trust just coming out of nowhere and being totally free is actually a really cool idea. I think it could work really well for them.
Mm-hmm.
Momentum is obviously the biggest thing that they're concerned about, and that's probably why they had a bunch of streamers play it so that they can guarantee that those people are going to be playing it day one.
Most definitely.
Smart. It's a shrewd move. I love a good shrewd move. Y'all know, I've been talking about Nintendo's shrewd moves for last year all day, and I love a good shrewd move. I think this could be cool.
Yeah, I think it has potential, especially with people clamoring for Titanfall. People have been talking about that Titanfall 3 since Titanfall 2 came out, so it's a good layover for them and to kind of appease them.
Yeah. By the time, especially if they're trying to make Titanfall 3 something big, bigger and cooler, and obviously they've got their Jedi game coming out this year, so if it actually comes out, we'll see. Not holding my breath. Neither is that dog. This is bad one, Navashin?
No, this is me thinking.
You got some Navashin thoughts?
Yeah, it's just weird with the way EA is releasing it like so soon to other stuff, so soon to Anthem,
So close
soon
to Anthem. It really is.
It's so soon to their Battlefield getting their Battle Royale mode. So it's like,
oh yeah,
it feels like they don't know what to do with Titanfall, and it seems like just the easiest thing. Like Titanfall 2 was like a stellar game. If they put Titanfall 2 out 3 months later in January of 2017, whatever year it came out,
2017,
or January of 2018, whatever. Man, that game would have done so much better. And it's like it feels like they just don't get it. Like it's like, wow. This game is great. It just frustrates me so much. Again, Scott talking about EA's track record earlier. It's like they've flubbed it so bad.
When does Battlefield 5's Battle Royale come out?
March, I believe.
Jesus, yeah, that's close. That doesn't make any sense.
And it's like a free update to a game that already exists. It's like,
yeah,
obviously it's going to bring in a lot of new players to that.
It's going to bring people back too,
mm-hmm.
That have been waiting for this Battle Royale mode, because I know a lot of people were disappointed when the game didn't launch with it.
And
so I'm sure there's,
like, I get it. Like, I guess it's free to play makes this different.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm very curious to see what kind of free to play baggage comes with this. Like, where like, do you have to pay to unlock heroes? Is it like League of Legends OG, like where you have rotating heroes that are free each week, et cetera, et cetera? I don't know.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but is Dragon Age Inquisition the last banger EA had of a game? Maybe Battlefield 1.
Yeah, Battlefield 1 did really
good.
Unravel 2.
Yeah, club banger, Unravel 2. Really brought the house
down.
Yeah.
I think Inquisition is the last one I remember.
Critically, probably, yeah.
Yeah.
I can't think of another EA game. I mean, like, the thing is, like, they could just literally live off of FIFA and Madden forever, though.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter.
That's what sucks.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, everything's compared to FIFA and Madden as far as EA is concerned, and it sucks because they have good properties like Titanfall. Don't do anything with, or do anything intelligently, and
yeah, I don't know. Because it seems like Battlefield 5 underperformed.
It came and went.
Yeah, it just came and went, and nobody talked about it. You know, like
Yeah.
I barely heard. Like again, I talked about it before we started the show, like catching up on Frame Trap and like hearing Hubert talk about the game. I'm like, this game sounds cool. This is the only person I've ever heard talk about this months later. Like, you know, like I don't know who that game was for.
I had an old coworker who he's a huge Battlefield fan, and like he came up to me. He's like, "Oh, I got Battlefield 5. You gonna get it?" It's like not my kind of game. And he's like, "Show this looks good."
Yeah.
Like, he's literally the only person I heard talking about it. Yeah, it just Black Ops 4 with launching with Blackout kind of ate Battlefield 5's lunch.
On top of like Blackout being like innovative and interesting and well done.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I don't know.
Something else came out around that same time too, right? Or am I imagining
Red Dead?
that? Yes. Yeah.
A little video game called Red Dead Redemption 2.
I'm not a Red Dead person, so that's why I knew it was something, but yeah.
Yeah. I'm not exactly either, but yeah, it's obviously that game made a splash, so.
Oh, just a little.
It honestly, I think it really helped Call of Duty that they came out before Red Dead. Like
Oh yeah.
It was a thing like we talked about. Like, man, they must be scared if they're moving the release date of Call of Duty that much far ahead of, like into October, early October. Totally worked out for them. So,
Yeah.
smart move, shrewd move.
NPD was pretty good for Black Ops 4, wasn't it?
Number 2 best-selling game of 2018.
Oh damn! I didn't realize it was that good. Okay.
Yep, right behind Red Dead.
Good for them.
Yeah, good for them. They made a cool battle royale. Persona Q2 is now officially announced as coming to the United States and Europe for $40 for the Nintendo 3DS on June 4th. Break out that 2DS, Andrew. You know you want
No, I refuse.
to. This time, Persona Q2 will feature characters from Persona 5 and Persona 3 Portable. So the lady hero from Persona 3 Portable.
And you are livid.
Yeah, I'm furious. Ugh, get your non-canon out of here now.
Jeez.
I'm excited for people that love Persona 3 Portable. And it will take place in a movie theater. I assume some similar time conundrum where all of these 3 groups of heroes will be plucked out of time and put in a movie theater where they will be going through movie-themed dungeons where each dungeon is themed after a different genre of movie, like romantic comedy, horror, action, etc. There's a little premium edition that has a little plush, Koromaru plush. It's very cute.
It's very cute.
And here's the thing. No English VO. They're just doing Japanese VO with English subtitles. So I'm out.
Mm-hmm.
Hard out.
I'm out because it's on the fucking 2DS.
Here's like Persona Q. Pretty cool game. One of the best opening songs of any fucking video game.
I only played a little bit of Q, so
I have a very tragic Q story. I've told it many times on the show. I don't know if I want to get into it.
Didn't your copy not work?
No, I lost my copy on an airplane.
Okay.
96 hours into it.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
In the last dungeon.
Did it not save your save data onto an SD card on the 3DS?
Hell no.
Fuck.
That's actually that maybe it did. I don't know.
Oh.
I've never thought of that.
And like,
No, you have to back up your saves manually. It definitely.
Okay. All right, we'll pour one out for Q.
It would be so funny if after all these years it was fucking there the whole time. Man, but like what a great end of a story arc for me to just go back years later, jump in 96 hours into that game and finish it and be like, I don't know what the fuck is happening. Yeah, I don't know. I like that's just that last little nugget of information is just kind of a big bummer for me.
I usually play my Portal games, especially on 3DS, on mute anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So like that wouldn't really bother me, but the fact that it's on 2DS makes me not want to get this. Everything about this speaks to me. The movies and obviously Persona, that it really bums me out that this is just not on Switch. Because I would buy it day one.
Yeah, I mean, I just
right, because that's why I'm not picking up. Like, I have a 3DS.
yeah.
It'll work on a 3DS,
Yeah.
but at this point, if it's not an old game, I'm not going back to that system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I'm picking up something new, then it's going to be for one of the newer systems I have.
Yeah, it's gonna be for like Switch or something. It just
Yeah.
I bet this will probably be the last big 3DS game. That's my bet. Which is kind of cool. I don't know. It's a good note to go out on. But Nintendo finally, we're at a point where they don't have any unreleased announced 3DS games outside of this. So
The next direct, they'll say something.
I bet we'll get a little bit. We will get at least one more from Nintendo themselves. But I think I don't know. I am bummed out because I just want to see like Futaba and Mitsuru and Rise hanging out. Just want to see what that looks like. But I'll never know. But yeah, if you're into Persona Q, I like wholeheartedly recommend those games. Like Scott White is reviewing Etrian Odyssey for us. Should hopefully be up when it releases this week. So he likes those games. The Persona Q, the first one was kind of my introduction to that kind of game, and I ended up having a lot of fun with it. I think it's very long in the tooth, right? Like you're kind of settling in for a very long thing. Like I said, like 96 hours, but they're good.
A scale of 1 to 10.
Yeah.
Because Persona's pretty much a 10.
Mm-hmm.
How anime is that game?
Oh, Persona Q or Etrian Odyssey?
Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry. I thought we were still talking about Persona Q.
I mean, Persona Q is a Persona game that is like 1-to-1 like an Etrian Odyssey game. So technically they are both. But Etrian Odyssey, fucking, I couldn't tell you, but it seems real anime. Persona Q may be more anime than Persona.
Takes it to 11.
It's like, but it's it's a different kind of
God
anime.
damn it.
Like I feel like Persona 5, for example, is like more of a stylish like action anime. Persona Q is like the cute chibi spinoff about like the dog or like about Hamtaro. Like it is.
Yeah.
It is.
It's the Chocobo. It's the Chocobo's dungeon of Persona.
Yeah.
That's more or less moving left or right instead of forward or back.
Yeah. It is a different kind of anime. You're right, Scott.
So like if this was. So it's still just 10 out of 10 anime?
Maybe 9 or 10.
All the way anime?
It's all the way anime, yeah, I would say.
Goddamn.
You never go all the way, Scott.
Like, that's the thing. It's like, come on.
You never go full anime. That's it for news. Did you guys know that you can be a part of the show in a variety of ways? Such as tweeting your questions at IrrationalPod with the hashtag IPQ, or giving us a phone call, picking up the phone, dialing a phone number, 404-590-1337. Standard long distance fees do apply. Or send us an email, mailsack at irrationalpassions.com. Do you guys know that you could do that?
I do now.
Now you do. Let's play some music. Let's take a peek at the mailsack. How's that sound, Andrew?
I like it.
Do you like that?
I love it.
Do you like questions?
Yeah, let's go. I love questions.
I have questions specifically for you.
Okay.
Let's see. Apologies to video viewers for it's gonna get a little choppy for a second. First one comes from Monty at Threadsboy. 3DS Boy? 3DS Boy. I would not have guessed that.
I did not know that for a while either.
Shout out to Monty. Very positive person on Twitter.
Monty is the greatest.
I guess I'm sure you got these tweets too because they were also added at you, Andrew. There seems to be maybe some confusion that maybe Jess was going to be on the show and not you. Monty says, Jess, may I ask for your hand in marriage? How do you feel about this, Andrew?
So Jessica has a rotating cast of husbands. The Eagle husband. Moises is Thursday husband. Blessing is in there somewhere.
Wow.
New Year's Eve.
When did Bless sneak in?
On New Year's Eve, we were in Seattle, and he asked wedding ring, and he put it on.
Wow.
Don't you dare tell them this. You're compromising my relationship.
So yeah, if Monty wants to slide in and pick a day, Jessica's her own woman.
Yeah, you're open to it.
I can't do anything to stop it.
I respect that. She follows up and says, "In all seriousness, what are some games Jess is excited to see this year?"
So I did some hard-hitting Jason Schreier level, and I got a list.
Oh, excellent. Hit me with
So-
the
That's my thing. All right, now you also have to not be ready to share it yet.
Yeah, you have to let Scott read from the bottom to the top, and then if GTA 5 is on the list, he's going to cut it out.
Well, what I was gonna say, it's like she got to come on next week and give it to us then.
Oh, it's true.
Um,
Please be excited for Justin's answer.
Well, I can tell you right now, nothing GTA related. Any sort of Jessica's. So
Give me the list.
okay. After Party,
Oh.
Animal Crossing, Luigi's Mansion 3, Sea of Solitude, Away, Journey to the Unexpected, Code Vein, Fire Emblem 3 Houses.
Yes, Fire Emblem.
Yes, I'm also very excited for that. The Outer World, Catherine Full Bodied, and Anno 1800.
Cool, good list. Good picks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shout out to Catherine. You excited now, Michelle?
Yeah.
Go back. Let's go back.
I'm almost done with it,
Mhm.
like the original.
It's great. It's a great game.
So close.
It is such a unique video game. There's no game in the
Oh.
world like Catherine. I love it.
And you can now that I played Catherine recently. After playing obviously Persona 5, you can set up on to really transfer it to Persona, and it's so cool seeing that.
Yeah. It's so cool seeing like that team experiment too, because I would bet that they're gonna do something like Catherine again between Persona 5 and 6.
For sure.
And I'm just so stoked to see whatever that game is. Like it could be fucking
yeah.
anything. It could be like a puppy simulator, and I'd be so into it.
I would actually love that. Please write to them and tell them to do that.
Cool. I'll start asking PR contacts for emails.
Change.org. Here we go.
Caitlin Galizro at CGR, but there are 8 R's.
Yes, there's 8 R's.
Caitlin's been on the show. They know what's up. Fave
Caitlin's
new
great.
Keyblade. Go.
The favorite deputy from Toy Story 3.
Spoilers.
Uh,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Got him.
and the reason is, 1, it looks dumb as hell, and 2, its form or whatever, the hammer, is a monster.
It's awesome, yeah. The cracks that it leaves in the ground are so cool.
I just got it, and so like I'm loving it. I love that thing.
I love the last one. The one you have to kind of work to unlock.
Yeah.
Have you gotten that one now, Shin? It's so good. It's so good. Goddamn. It's also like just that one is like just wild. I playing through the game though, my actual favorite keyboard was the Tangled one.
Okay.
The Mirage Tower is the finisher. I forget what it's called. Happily
Ever After.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It has a massive magic stat. Like it's like once you hit like level 6 on it, it's like 10 magic or whatever.
So I will not be using it.
It's got pretty good attack too, but it's just like
Okay.
it switches to like a staff in the second form, and it feels fucking dope. And the finisher is really clutch.
Nice.
What about you, Namshin?
I like the Pirates one.
Ooh, yeah, that one's good.
Be honest with you, I've been when I went through the game, I just pretty much stayed with the
Kingdom
Kingdom
Key?
Key.
Nice.
Yeah, I noticed that on your stats you posted on Instagram. 12 hours with the Kingdom Key.
Hell yeah,
Yeah, because I could go to the second form, and second form is
it's dope.
OP in that game.
It's
I love that
fucking
game.
dope, dude.
hmm
Yeah, no, the second form on the Kingdom Key, and I think it's almost the same thing for the Xbox Key.
Yeah. I pretty much they're just the same.
They're
Yeah.
pretty much identical. So they're both super strong because they have mid combo finishers in them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they're super.
So
cool.
it just makes them. It kind of makes this early portion of the game easy.
Yeah.
Like really easy. Like considering that we're on proud mode, easy.
It just feels good. Shout out though, shout out to the first runner-up for me that I used probably the second most was the shooting star, the one that splits into the two little ray guns. Really,
That's awesome. That one's awesome.
Really love that keyblade.
Caitlin actually texted me because her and I are doing like a text along. We're playing and texting each other, and Ian Purcell's in there every once in a while. But she got the shooting star, and she texted me. She goes, "Did I just get fucking guns?"
We got
sure did.
We got guns.
So we're gotta keep that thing on him.
Yep.
So.
Gotta keep strapped.
Yep.
Steven Coffin at Scoffin Steven.
Mm-hmm.
If you could customize a robot, what would your custom robo look like?
He asked this because he knows I also love custom.
Oh, you love custom robo as well.
You see, you're in friendly hands.
Yeah.
Okay.
Guess what?
We love that
loves
Steven
game
loves
shit.
custom robo.
I love Steven. The boy is one of the most ridiculous people to talk to, but in the best way possible.
Yeah, no, custom robo was a lot of fun. And I was kind of bummed out that nothing ever tried to do it again. The closest thing I got was there was a series. I think it's called Armored Mech.
Okay.
That's the closest thing I got. It tries to be the best way I could see it going through. It tries to be a more complicated version of Custom Robo, where the battling, because it tries to be like realistic.
Yeah.
But the battling ends up being you're better off using AI because the controls are so clunky. It's you are fighting off robots that you could build yourself for the most part. And to do half the stuff that they do, it honestly, when I was playing it, it felt like you couldn't do it in the same amount of time. You couldn't make your robot fast enough in terms of how it turns, how it moved, anything like that. Like even turning up your sensitivity would not help you.
Yeah.
But you could essentially pick all the same parts that they had. But your AI could do it.
Yeah. Custom robo always seems.
Yes, you're not exact.
It seems cool from a distance.
And it's like it was a cool thing to play, but it was like, listen, I like Custom Robo because customizing it was easy, and then playing it was a lot of fun afterwards.
Yeah.
This series of games has a whole lot of work to do those two basic things.
Mm-hmm. What's your favorite custom robo? If you could customize your robot.
There's no set.
Oh, if I could and honestly, I would just make it look like Steven.
Yeah, that's actually that's the best.
I feel like that's the only right answer. Is just make it look like.
Yeah. If I could customize a robot, I would just make it look like Connor from Detroit Become Human. My sweet fucking boy. So I could have them around me always. Thank you for putting this idea in my head, Steven. I'm gonna be so horny for the rest of the night now. God damn it!
Jesus. Time to go on all.
He'd have to have the caboose torpedo on him, to be honest.
Absolutely. Connor just opens, caboose comes out, torpedo shoots. My boy! I'm sure if you could customize a robot, what would you make your custom robot look like?
Like Metabee.
Metabee?
From Metabots? No one knows what that is. Never mind.
I know.
I was really hoping for a oh god, I totally lost the name. It's the 3D animated show that you like that no one else likes.
Reboot?
Reboot.
Yeah, Reboot.
Yeah, I was really hoping for a Reboot reference.
Aren't they rebooting Reboot?
Yeah, they are.
They already did, I believe. I think it's on Netflix.
Oh, shit.
I think it's been out for months now.
Also,
oh no!
Oh right, I think this is the one that's extremely bad.
Yeah, probably. Also, shout out to the hot Reboot reference on a very recent episode of Frame Trap, which is awesome. I thought of you immediately. I was like, fuck. Which is why I watched that yesterday, so it was why I came to my thoughts.
No one knows what Metabots is, though, right?
No idea. It sounds familiar.
I've heard of it. Yeah, I don't know anything about it, but I know of it.
Okay.
Sorry, Nabishin. You know, I'm usually there for you. Let me see. Do a quick Google image search.
Medabots.
Medabots, yeah. This looks familiar. I think I saw this in passing, but I never like experienced it. Yeah. That's it for questions. Thanks everybody for writing in and being a part of the show. I really appreciate
Justin
it.
put out something?
He did?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh. Yeah. Up the music again real quick.
Yeah, so turn that back on. A jam.
This is my elevator music.
I love it.
Was it a while ago?
Like, I literally just saw it. Like 56 minutes ago.
Fuck. Oh, we got one from Peter Spacia too. I don't see anyone from Justin. The motherfucker didn't hashtag it.
He did. IPQ.
I'll do a quick refresh. Justin Graffius out there. He's been texting me a lot, option. He's going through a time right now. There it is. Okay, cool. I just had to refresh. Do the older one first, real quick. Which moments in Kingdom Hearts 3, this is from Peter Spacia, Pete Speakeasy, friend of the show. Which moments in Kingdom Hearts 3 made you laugh out loud, whether it be from actual humor or from something that only fans of the franchise could find endearing?
I'm sorry, but spoilers, man. You gotta wait.
Yeah, I don't know. There's anytime Sora is being a big old goober,
Which is a lot.
I know, I love it.
That's Sora, though.
That's totally Sora. It's perfect. It's great.
Donald's sass level has seemed to have gone up
So good.
like a significant amount. I feel
Motherfucker
like, in
is
this
ready
game.
to fight. He's throwing shade.
Dude, he is angry in this game. So I love that. And also, yeah, Sora's just a big old goon in this game.
I love it, yeah. Any non-spoiler ones for you, Nabashin?
May your heart be your guiding key. That one's really good.
That one's
for
pretty
me.
good, yeah.
Yeah, so, okay, I have a quick question about that. So, it's not spoilerly. They never said that before in the series, right? And they told...
They did. They
Totally.
They said it in
Oh,
Birth by
okay.
Sleep. But
Oh, did they? Okay.
Hold on. What?
No. No.
What are we talking
is
about?
this a Mandela effect situation?
May your heart be your guiding key.
That was only from 2.8.
2.8? Okay,
Yeah.
I believe it was only from 2.8, yeah.
Oh my god. This series,
Great. It's so great.
it's perfect.
It's perfect.
Well, he never sent me off on anything important before then.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, I guess.
Nothing else fucking mattered, y'all. Yeah. 2.9, also great fucking moment.
God. I took a screenshot when that happened.
Me too. It's so good.
And I almost posted it on Twitter.
It's
I was
the
like,
fucking
that's
Roman numeral,
spoilery.
dude. Oh, God, it's so stupid.
I was worried it was too spoilery, and then Jason Schreier's like, I just laughed out loud at this. I was like, damn it. Me too. I could have posted it.
Sending...
Well, I mean, like, if I saw it, I'd have yelled at him spoilers.
Yeah.
And I'd have been like dead serious, and then he'd
Off the
he'd have
show.
known that I would have blocked him.
Justin Graffius
Nah.
at the Sigma Omega. Sending a last minute IPQ. Now with Kingdom Hearts 3 behind some of you. Any plans now on actually picking up Kingdom Hearts Union Cross for just the story? Nope.
Only reason I brought this up was or brought it up to this attention was Christian. Shout out to him. He posted the video about like a good sum up video of that whole
Story.
Union Key stuff.
Yeah.
And like I just happened to notice it. I just took the time to look at it before I beat the game, and man, did that help a lot. So
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
I started watching it before we started recording. I gotta finish it. Although I've done a little bit of my own research, so right, I for the most part, I like how that stuff was integrated.
A few weekends ago, I recorded our drunk Kingdom Hearts storyline recap with your Geeky Gal Pal, and Caitlin led it. And I knew I was doing it, so I actually...
Woof.
Thank you, Jessica. She's trying to corral him. But yeah, I downloaded it because I knew we were going to talk about it, and I did not make it fun.
I mean,
This is too much grinding.
I played a little bit of it. It's just like, it's like that. It's a grind fest. It's just very much like very uninteresting mini games for
Yeah.
little bits of story.
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
think it is not for me. Like, if you like to kind of pick up and do little like games on the phone, I think it might fit into your regimen. I just don't. I used to do that. I don't necessarily do that anymore.
Yeah.
Most of what I play on my phone now is like weird, like pretty much. If you have an Instagram ad for some dumb looking game, I probably have tried it.
Oh no.
Like that's where
Oh,
I'm
no.
at this point.
All right.
Honestly, I think that this stupid Kingdom Hearts game is better use of your time.
It probably would be a better use of my time, but like I just like when I try and do something when I'm playing something on my phone, like I have to disassociate it from anything important to me.
That's fair.
It has to be meaningless.
Yeah.
It's like cheap sex for me. I just want to get
Jesus.
in and get out. I don't know why.
Instagram games are cheap sex for Alex O'Neill.
Yeah, you put that shit on the tombstone.
Yep. Jesus.
I also wanted to just I've been getting amazing text messages from most of my friends about Kingdom Hearts this week. Not like invasive by any means. Cameron Abbott, for example, just texted me a list of possible Norded names for himself,
Oh no.
organization names for himself, and I just love it.
I love that people are doing that.
Yeah.
I've seen a few.
Yeah.
It's really good.
I already have an X in my name, so I had to go and fucking ruin it.
Yeah. I have a W, so like I can't do shit with that.
You could wax poetic.
Yeah.
What was it?
Literally just text me the same thing.
Motherfuckers just cheating on me. No. That's it for questions. Thank you everybody for writing in. Appreciate it. Sorry I missed a couple. Thank you, Option. Keep me on my toes. If you like the show, you should follow the show on Twitter at Irrational Pod and on Instagram at Irrational Passions. It's the show, the website, our other shows, tons of stuff. George Cruz runs a lot of the social media. He's a very talented boy. Does a great job. We're working on a big social feature that's going to be really cool, I think. If some other stuff that would help us a lot, if you like the show, like I said, rate and review us on iTunes or Stitcher or Google Play or Spotify, wherever you listen to the show. Check out the other shows like Input. We was just on the most recent episode of Input. Video Game Book Club. We're playing through Ori. I think the first episode of Ori is coming out this week, which is cool. And Raccoon City Radio. Andrew Taylor and I's limited run Resident Evil 2 podcast. For everything else, Irrational Passions, irrationalpassions.com. That is the place to be. We've reached the end of the show, Andrew. Before we get into our final segment here, if folks want to follow you, where would they be able to find you out there on the internet?
Best place is the Twitter at Cogs the Well, COGS the Well, WELL. So yeah, posting video games, sometimes politics. I know, God forbid. Trying to corral everyone from flirting with my wife. You know, that's actually what makes up most of my Twitter.
Jesus, man.
Sorry for this burden, this crucible that you must bear.
Yeah, it's a heavy cross, but somebody's got to do it.
Why you have to have such a attractive and successful wife?
I know, it's so hard. It's so hard.
Now we've reached the end of the show, which means it's time for bets. This week's bet. So bets are a thing. We have two teams. This season.
All right. Before we get into it.
Okay.
Nabishin. I looked at the thing.
Yeah,
and I stand by the name. And
What?
but we should see if we want to do something different before we just make it. The name's Doubling Down.
Oh yeah, doubling down.
That's good. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that too. Okay. To catch you up, Andrew.
Yes, please. I have no idea what's happening.
So basically, we create these scenarios and bet on. Basically, it's usually creating some kind of number that we think will fit, and it's just a guess. You know, we're just having fun here.
Okay.
We have two teams, Tony and I, this season. So this season, the 2019 season, Tony and I versus Scott and Nobishin. Tony and I's team is team about to bust a bet. Scott and Nobishin now have their team name of Team Doubling Down. Andrew, you are filling in for Tony this week. But I had an idea.
Okay.
And I want to run it by you, Nobishin, as my official co-better hoster coordinator. What if, because I'm 2019 conceded effort to have more guests on, what if we had a third team just for guests? And now I understand guests aren't on every week, so the amount of points that guest can get for that bet is the number of weeks since the last time a guest was on. In this case, up until the beginning of the season. So let's say Andrew has his own team. He bets on his own. If he gets it right, he gets 3 points for the guest team, et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like this idea?
That was very confusing. So
I mean, to me, it makes a lot of sense. It's every time we have a guest on, like every week is essentially a new bet, right? So it's what did this year start out? The year for the bet start out on 408.
Yeah. So on basically three
Around that.
3 weeks ago.
So it was 409.
Yeah, it was 409. 408 was
Okay.
the game of the year
So
episode, so it doesn't count.
okay. Yeah, I'm good with it.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's like it's every time we don't have a guest, instead of we just essentially keep track.
Yeah, and then so like let's say we didn't have a guest on for 10 weeks, which I'm not going to let happen, but then when that guest they could win up to 10 points for that bet.
Right, and then it's however many. If we don't have a guest on for game of the year show predictions, because we still do those dumb things, that just gets thrown into a pool for next week.
Yeah,
the next time we get a guest.
exactly. Yeah. So that way I can get Tony's bet for this week and et cetera, et cetera. This doesn't really affect you, Andrew, so don't worry about it too much.
I'm just chilling. You guys-
Cool. So I'll read you the scenario. We'll all make bets and we'll think. I'll give you a second to think about it, and then we'll all say them. This week's bet. Next week, I'm going to search YouTube for God Eater 3 lore. I just really like this bet. In the top 5 results on YouTube, how long will the longest of those videos be? God Eater 3 lore. God Eater 3 comes out next week. Think about it. I want you all to think about it.
You said you want the longest one?
Yeah, what will the longest video of the top 5 results be? How long? What is that length? You know, you guys got it locked in. I'm just gonna have you dictate it because I don't want to mess up the Discord or anything. Scott.
I'm having trouble getting a grasp of the time, so give me a second.
You're good.
And read it one more time.
Next week, I'm going to search
That'll
YouTube for God Eater 3 lore. In the top 5 results, how long will the longest video be?
I don't have a point of reference for this.
I don't either.
What is?
I'm not looking this up. We're going in blind on this shit. I don't know what
we just don't know what God Eater is.
God Eater is like a JRPG franchise that's kind of like Monster Hunter.
Yeah, it's like Freedom Wars, Monster Hunter-esque, yeah.
Okay.
So I'm expecting a lot.
Um,
And I'm just searching God Eater 3 lore. It could be fucking anything. So my bet.
we're gonna go with the first video you find,
Top 5 results, whatever the longest one is.
whatever the longest one is.
So it's gonna be long.
We're gonna go with a flat hour.
Okay, 1 hour. I like it. 60 minutes.
All right.
If it's a lore video,
This is
I
good.
can easily see it.
This is good. My bet is 54 minutes and 27 seconds. Nabishin, you bet 32 minutes and 38 seconds. Andrew?
23.
23 minutes flat, or do you want to add some seconds on there?
No, I'm just going to say flat. Say flat.
It'll be in a private browsing window, so it'll be unaltered, unedited results. I'll get Tony's bet. Excellent. Now we have to resolve last week's bet. Kingdom Hearts 3 releases Tuesday, January 29th. In the Easy Allies video review, how many times will Disney be used? I bet 6, Tony bet 7, Scott bet 2, Noption bet 10. I have the text of the review pulled up right here. Real number is 3. Almost nailed it on the head, Scott.
Hell yeah.
Which brings Team Doubling Down up to 1 point.
Yes, I
Dubba, 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 dubba. I don't know.
I like that. I like that a lot.
It's good.
That's really good. And Team...
I mean, what I was thinking is, Nate!
Nate! I like that a lot, too. And Team About to Bust a Bet, also 1 point. And we about to bust. That's it. Guest team, we'll find out. Andrew, I'll let you know if you got the bet right.
Yeah, please let me know because I have no context for no idea.
Nobody does.
Yeah, we're just wiling out. So Andrew's bet is worth 3.
Hell yeah. Go team guest.
I said an hour thinking that, all right, so this could be, it's Monster Hunter-esque, but do you know what else is Monster Hunter-esque?
Freedom Wars?
All the Dark Souls shit.
Oh, true, yeah.
You know how long a lore video on that could be?
It could be like 6 hours, dude. you could be buckling up for a full cinematic experience.
I mean, like at that point, Andrew would be on the money with 23 because that's how long. That's generally the breakup segment that people would put on YouTube.
Yeah, that's fair.
So,
yeah, it could go either way. I don't know.
If you found that.
Hour was what I was thinking too, Scott. So I'm with you. Okay, that's it. That's the end of the show. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening and for tuning in live. We appreciate you very much. Thank you, Andrew, for joining us. I hope you had a good time.
No, I had a blast. Thank you guys for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you to Danny Wiesner for our opening music of Two Player Co-op and our closing music of The World is Saved. Thank you, Nabishan. Thank you, Scott, for joining me as always. Thank you, Tony, for letting us have this one. This one's for you, bud. I've been your host, Alex O'Neill. Play your games. Stay irrational. We will talk to you all next week. We have one more segment, Andrew, and then you'll be free.
Now you're good.
Titles. Scott, you are our de facto title
I am
leader.
de facto titles. Oh no, I'm not ready.
Let me
That makes getting ready that much easier.
I dumped that link. I saw the second to last one. Oh god, that's a good one.
All right, we got the O'Neill effect. Respect the space. Rise to peaches. Keyblade. I feel like that was on me at some point.
No, that was
That
Alex.
was me.
That was Alex, yeah.
Keyblade.
Okay.
We Boyd.
I fucks with facing my fears.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Shrewd moves.
Oof.
Not my Persona Q2.
Hashtag now, bro.
Please be excited for Jess's ink.
That's a recurring bit, Andrew, just for your point of reference.
What is?
Please be excited for Blank's answer.
Oh. Okay.
We had a running gag, like we got a question and Scott didn't have an answer. And we're like, oh, well, we'll have you answer next week.
I did. But half of it was incomplete, like noticeably incomplete.
Yeah.
So I was like, I'll think about it.
And then we had him think about it for about 4 weeks consistently.
Well, I ended up forgetting more and more as time went on.
Yeah. But you delivered a very good answer at the end. I don't even remember what it was about, but I remember it was worth it.
It was the fucking. Was it Peter Molyneux Godus?
Oh,
Got it?
yeah. Yes. Holy shit. I can't believe you remember that, Scott. Jesus. I barely remember the beginning of this podcast.
Oh my God, Sam, what are you doing to me?
Andrew, if you want to look at the titles that are at the bottom of the doc, under the titles.
Get this giant dog off me. Oh, God. Go away.
This is the best part, though, where you get to vote. What do you want the title of this episode to be?
All right. Titles. I'm going down to it. I think Keyblade.
Keyblade's good. Not much. What do you like?
Keyblade is pretty great.
Keyblade is pretty great. Scott.
To me, it looks like that wins then.
Yeah, I really like Shrewd Moves
I think Shrewd Moves is also good.
because y'all know I love me a good Shrewd Move.
But I think Keyblade perfectly encapsulates what this.
Yes.
It
Andrew,
does.
if I wrote a phrase, a sentence here,
Yeah.
would you be able to read it in your best, mostest professionalist voice?
Yes, most definitely.
Cool. Give me 1 second. God damn it.
Podcast.
Here you go. When you're ready, I'll say the title.
I'm gonna make sure the dogs aren't about to
Jingle
cause
jangling?
chaos.
Yeah, I appreciate
Yeah.
it.
Okay. Bruce, I swear to God, my dude, I love you. Okay. You're listening to Irrational Passions podcast, episode 4. Wait, do you want me to do 411
Dude, this is...
or
I want
411?
you to freeform. I want you to
All right.
to look in your heart and find the answer.
Oh Jesus!
Let me
Are
your
we still
heart
on
be
this
your
Kingdom
guiding
Hearts?
key.
Oh God! Hey guys, Dosuke, can you grab one of them? Thank you.
Thanks, Jess.
They say thank you. You're listening to Irrational Passions podcast, episode 411.
Do you want to give that one more shot?
Yes, I am.
I got you.
You're listening to Irrational Passions podcast, episode 411.
Keyblade. That's it. Andrew, thank you so much for coming on. You can stop recording now. Scott, you can stop recording now.
Cool.
You all are free to go.
Cool. Thank you guys again so much for having me on. It was a blast.
I'm glad you had fun. Anytime. But when you guys are done and done, please feel free to drop the call.
Okay. Where do you want me to send this to?
I will DM you my email address, and you can share it with
Perfect.
that on Google
Yep,
Drive.
I guess I should get out sooner than later so you guys can continue on.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, I gotta drive an hour home, so
Oh, shit.
See you
Yeah.
guys.
bounce.
Bye, Scott.
So see you guys.
Bye, Andrew.
All right, fine.
Here we are now, Bashin. How are you feeling, dude? All right, well, first, for listeners, for video viewers, I'm going to put a text that's going to say spoilers, just in case anybody's still watching.
Justin might jump in trap, by the way.
Okay, cool. I know he texted me telling me he finished it. Do you want to get like the kind of disappointing stuff out of the way first?
We can.
Yeah.
If I would have say like probably like the most disappointing thing about it is that they fucked up Kyrie.
Yeah,
They fucked her hard.
Yeah,
and
was
it
rough.
really makes me mad because I legitimately like Kyrie.
yeah.
And like I was waiting for the moment where it was like, she's been training this whole entire time. She said, "Oh, I got your back, Sora." So I was waiting for the moment where it's like Sora's about to get knocked down or something like that. She blocks it and then like she does something. Like that never happened.
Yeah.
It didn't happen.
Yeah. I think I didn't mind. Like it didn't upset me. Like obviously, like I was honest to God, I was like shocked when she just gets fucking murked. Like straight, I was like, because it goes pitch black immediately. The whole everything there is just it gets so dark so quickly, which to be fair, that is what I expected. It's what I wanted. Seeing like Sora kind of rediscover himself, because like I loved how they're just chipping away at him that whole game. Like they're just really, and like they're saying things that specifically would get to Sora. And I think
even if it's like the right thing to say, it's like, no, you're saying this, so I can't really trust
exactly.
you.
I don't know what to believe. And man, Sora, dude, he's fucking so good in this game. I think like genuinely, Sora might be like my favorite male video game protagonist after this game. I love him in this game. I think he's stellar, and he just I understand that people probably like hate the aloofness of him at times, but there is just something so earnest about him, and especially like Brendan Williams, who's been playing, he's been texting me about it. He's got like the most kind of criticisms of Kingdom Hearts. Like he has a lot of issues with how Sora is portrayed in 2 because Sora is such like a jerk, and he's kind of very dismissive of the nobodies and whatnot. And I feel like this is like he's like learned a lot since then, and he's like tries to reach out to people on the other side in a way that he didn't in 2. That really, again, his character is just very propelled in this game. It's very good,
dude. For them to like somewhat redeem Xehanort at the end of this game, that is crazy to me.
And it didn't feel cheap. Like it didn't feel shitty. Like I was so satisfied with, like, of course Kingdom Hearts would end. Like the friendship between these two guys transcends everything else. And I know it's hokey and I know it's corny, but in the moment I was like, this makes sense. Like this is perfect. And I love the idea that somebody was playing their cards just as hard as Xehanort was against him the whole time too, because it gave like this kind of hope at the end. And fucking Mark Hamill coming back like just for like 3 lines of dialogue too. It was awesome. Fun fact, you know who plays young Ericus? Drake Bell.
No. Oh, really?
And he doesn't sound like Drake Bell, to be fair, and I saw it in the credits. Just I had to see it to know for sure. I was like, that's fucking wild. Gotta get a piece of that Kingdom Hearts money. But yeah, I don't know, like all of seeing Xehanort at the end and like all of that stuff I thought was like really good. And it's just like it is again just sort of getting through to people in a way that, like him at the end saying like, you're not going to be the one that does that. You've worked so hard for this, and it's still not going to be you. And it's just like him realizing it's just that whole end is very good, I think. I was really satisfied. Man, the fucking we could probably talk literally forever about all the interstitial scenes in the graveyard that are like it just doesn't stop. But the one
wait. Before we get to
Too
much
in
of
the
the
weeds?
hype, what's your disappointment?
I mean, like
Sorry.
there's no Final Fantasy in this game at all, and it's
that's
it's-
almost weird
it's
at this
weird.
point.
And I like the thing is, and what I was kind of dancing around when we were talking about in the show is like they made a choice. They were like, either we're gonna do it or we're not, and they chose not to. And they were like, that's a lot of more bullshit, and we're gonna focus on the bullshit that we need to finish. And it feels like a very definitive decision to do that, and I respect that, and that's why I was like, I really respect what this game does. It wanted to close out those stories. I think like the things of like seeing Cloud and Sephiroth fight again would be great, but seeing Sephiroth just in general again would be great. But like you can tell that they had more reverence for the story that they wanted to tell, and they set out their timetable. They're like, we're going to be able to make this game like this and in this time, and it's going to be good. And they did it. And like, so it's like you said, it's a thing I can nitpick about. And like, it's not jam packed with, there's like barely any extra bosses and stuff like that. I think that is a bummer for me. In a similar way, like I think it is probably for you, just because how great 2 Final Mix is. But like, it's not like they didn't deliver though. It's not like, that doesn't hurt the game really for me. It is something I wish was there.
Yeah, like in my eyes, it feels like you said, like they're just trying to like finish up the story and everything like that. And I think it's also kind of a way for them to like sort of move on and actually be their own thing. Without relying on something else. Like even if the next if they do like whenever the next game's going to be, like I wouldn't be surprised if like they even drop the Disney stuff. Yeah, in a way. Yeah, just the way how that secret movie was presented and stuff like that. Yeah, like I wouldn't be surprised if they did.
And I don't like the way I like to like. We'll probably get into like some of the obviously the threads that they're setting up here. A lot of weird stuff that they set up, like a lot of new stuff. But I appreciate that it is kind of like part of the backstory, but it's like that's like, okay, there's another part of the backstory that's going to be leading into the future, but it doesn't invalidate or undermine any of the Xehanort stuff that we've established. Like, I think the twist with Zigbar stuff, which I would say like I kind of saw coming, but I actually thought it was really cool. We talked about on the limited edition after when we talked about back cover of like, man, I really hope doesn't turn out Master of Masters was like duping us all and he turns out to be the final boss at the end, and they didn't. They were like, no, Xehanort's the villain, and he like his shit is like real and it needs to be dealt with. Like, there is other stuff going on around that, and people are kind of riding on the coattails of that in a cool way that I ended up really liking. And I like the stuff that they're setting up for whatever comes next. Same for like I'm still kind of interpreting the secret movie stuff on my own.
Same.
I I'm still processing that, but I'm like, I didn't think I would walk away from this being excited for Kingdom Hearts 4, but I am, and that's cool. And I also like, I got my Kingdom Hearts story, like I got my ending and I got my cake too, right? Like I got my cake and I got to eat it too.
Like like there's two big takeaways for me from this game, like
sure.
That really, really got to me, spoke to me, like spoke to my soul type of thing. One was my hype as fuck moment, which was Roxas is showing up.
Roxas, yes!
Oh my god.
I lost my fucking mind. But obviously we'll get to the scene after that, but
oh my god, because like it's not just him showing up; it's the lead up to it, the whole like story telling him like you don't have to do this, Shion, and then the Shion showing up, and then the Roxas appearing, and then like after the fight, and then Shion just breaking down and crying.
It is unbelievable how real that was.
I know, dude.
Because,
oh my god,
because like there were so many moments. And that's like that's maybe like the top like emotion, because I just like I was like weeping. I was like, because
oh yeah, I didn't even say this. Like, this game made me fucking cry. I don't cry in video game. This was the first game that made me cry.
Yeah.
Straight up.
That's awesome. And it, because like a big part of that is like literally everything mattered, which for better and for worse, like all the Union Key stuff is happening, and I'm like, this is very cool. And like, I like that they literally made Union Cross a fucking, that whole like throwing the Keyblades was like amazing.
Yeah.
And it's like, this is like a really cool way, like all the names of the players that played Union Cross. It's like, this is like the coolest way to like, if I did not invest a lot of time into this, I'm not upset about it. But if I did, boy, this is really cool. It was a good balance, and obviously the one guy showing up, I forget his name, to reach out.
Starts with an E.
Yeah, he's got some kind of emo name. To help Sora, I thought was cool. But yeah, like man, it just like that whole everything in the graveyard was so fucking emotional. I was a wreck. Like I had to stop and put down the controller and be like, I got to take a minute after that cutscene. Like the Shion scene was like, because it's one of those things of like, I've been so detached from 358 for so long. And it's like, but I remember when I first played it, I did get really emotional at the end. And like, as soon as it's just Axel turns over and looks at Shion, and she's just fucking sobbing. And it's like,
and then like,
no
and then
words.
Axel broke down.
Yeah.
Well, Axel broke down. I broke down. Like, I can't believe Axel.
Yeah, dude.
Like,
they're just
God.
three of them are holding each other, and it's like, man, I fought hard for this, and I
yes,
and like it's just the respect that they have for everyone that played their games, but also like everyone that likes their stories. Like they didn't fuck this up. And there's a lot of scenes like that. I think like that scene, like where when you get to the graveyard and like Sora gives up, is like horrifying, because like way it is like so unsettling. I don't know, it's very effective. Like it goes fucking pitch black. That whole last third is so fucked. But like it works really fucking well, and obviously they keep hitting, and I like that things are still like revealing themselves, like the Odd Kylum stuff, like because you're obviously getting these illusions to where Ericus and Xehanort trained through the whole game, but then when you finally see it, and it's like, this is fucking incredible looking. Like, it's one of the coolest areas in the game just for that final boss fight, and it's awesome. What else do you got? What was it? Was those the two big moments from the graveyard? But
Yeah, no, like I said, the moment was my hype as fuck moment was Roxas, and then like how the ending was just it fucking Gurren Lagann me, man, because like the sword just fading away, like in the I really had that one tear. That's the other part where I just like no,
yeah,
I oh my god, dude, I was like not really devastated because it's good. It's good.
Yes.
But I hate that shit. I hate that shit so much because it breaks me apart so hard. And like it's all the things I love, like Gurren Lagann. Like I said, Gurren Lagann is one of my favorite animes ever, and they do something similar to that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like it gives me everything I want, and then you just take it away.
Yeah, I know.
Like, oh!
Well, yeah, that because I think there's a little bit to be interpreted from that too. Like, because I like I don't. It's not like I think Sora's dead by any means.
No.
And I like the idea if what they're doing, again, the Secret movie is like very weird.
Yeah.
It's very weird. But and I also like that it references like this totally innocuous thing that is like, oh no, this is gonna be a world in the next, we're gonna make Square Enix world. We're gonna make some Square Enix ass bullshit worlds in the next one, you guys. Which I'm all for, because like that, like again, a lot of good sight gag type things of like, we're gonna shoehorn some just Square Enix JRPG bullshit as like an in-game thing in Toy Story. I thought was fucking awesome. But then it like coming around in the end was also just like, this is exactly the kind of dumb that I wanted, hate, but also love. But yeah, I think like I like the idea of Sora maybe being lost in some other worlds, like, and then Riku going after him, and maybe like next time around we are playing more as Riku versus Sora, which is kind of where I'm at interpretation-wise of what's going on, with the idea that maybe there are other people out there who are aware of Kingdom Hearts in a different capacity, which was the guy in black holding his heart up to the moon. He's looking for Kingdom Hearts. That's we don't necessarily have to spend too much time on that. But also, like, that end cutscene plays, Namine's not even worth fucking dialogue. But no, I mean, she came back, and I thought that was really cool. I like that Riku was the one that helped her. And Sora disappears, and it's like he brought Kairi back just to disappear, which is great. I mean, he saved Kairi, so
yeah.
And then also at the end of the credits, it shows the shot again with Sora on the other side of the tree with Kairi, and it's like, well, did he come back? Like, I don't know. So I think maybe there is like a universe where both where he was lost in, but also came back. But yeah, it's that thing of like young Xehanort saying like, "Hey man, do you know what the power of awakening is? Like, you're gonna pay the price." And I'm like, "Yeah, this is gonna come back, and it's really gonna suck for me."
Yeah.
And it like I was crying through the whole ending. Obviously, the beach party, which is just exactly my jam. But then I'm just like speechless at the end. Where
totally.
It was very effective, and it, like you said, it was good, even if it hurt.
For sure. And the thing, like, you know, like I said, I hate that shit, but like the thing I love about it is just the fact, you're the most important thing for me, so I'm giving up everything for you, type of thing. Kind of like Life is Strange. Yeah, this is like I'm just giving up myself just so that you can exist in some way or in some form, and sure, you can say like, oh, I can't exist without you, other stuff, but like, like doing the ultimate sacrifice for someone you love, like that always gets to me.
Yeah, and it's exactly what Sora would do. Like that's
100%.
That's the thing of like, I cannot be upset about this because I know this is what my boy would do. He literally put his life on the line for everyone. And it's like the whole thing where he's like going back and saving everybody's hearts. It's like, man, this is so fucking cool. Like, and he's using the power of awakening to awaken their hearts from the darkness. It's like, because I was wondering like when that power was when everything was gonna kind of click for him. And and it obviously I love that. I think it. Who says like I forget who says it to him. It's like it's always there. The power is always there. It's just sleeping.
Ventus.
Ventus says it. Yeah. How did you feel about the Ventus Aqua stuff?
As far as like how it all concluded, and
Yeah,
I thought it was good.
It was good too.
Yeah, everyone had their time. Like, I had no complaints about that. It didn't hit me as hard as like as the Roxas thing did. It
Roxas, our boy.
Yeah, but
you gotta look out for your boy.
I'll tell you what did hit me hard though was saying goodbye to their master, Master Ericus.
Yeah,
that part hit me hard because it's like, you know, it's like pretty much their dad, and like him actually apologizing, like
that him saying like
he fucked him up. So
yeah, it's like yes, this I earned this. Like this, we needed this moment. Like, and Aqua being so sad, and like him not even like saying anything to Terra, not even saying like I need to apologize. It was just like look after them. He's like you got it. It was like it was such a good moment between those two characters that like. Terra probably at some point realized that he was carrying Ericus around with him the whole time. He was protecting him the whole time. It's just, it's very good. Oh, it's very good. How do you like I like the little subtle reveals. Like Terra's heart was the dark shadow the whole time. I love that. I thought that was super cool.
Yeah.
Yes. And he rips the fucking thing off. Oh God, that was like, man, it was like, that's the kind of like right in front of your eyes, like right in front of your face the whole time twist that I really like. And it makes so much sense because we've been wondering like, where's Terra? Where's his heart? Like what happened to it? It was right there the whole time. Oh, it's so good. Fuck.
The Disney Worlds, dude. I didn't even talk to you about that really. Like what you think about like how they did Frozen, how they did like Tangled and all that stuff. Tangled was so good.
Tangled was so like top to bottom, and I love. Because I talked to you a little bit. I love how they integrated like that their story into the main story without like in previous ones they kind of like hurt some of the Disney stories by having Donald and Goofy there. Yeah. Like I think they did a great job with it in Tangled, especially. I know it's like a little weird. They're just like sitting in the windowsill when Flynn Rider's fucking dead, and they're upset. It's like, but like I don't know, it worked. I was on for the ride. When they like legit just did all of Let It Go, I fucking cried my eyes out.
I couldn't believe they did that. I was like straight up.
I was like, man, they're fucking. My only thought at that time was like, man, this game got money. Like they put money in this game, and it was like that, and they did. But it like also like Frozen is like the big return to musical for the Disney movie, and it like made sense. I loved the Frozen world so much.
I mean, and to be honest, like I can see her actually like singing that and then like walking with it. Damn, I sing good. Like it's a serialized.
And like, what's cool? I don't know how much grinding and stuff you've done going back to Worlds, but there's like new bits of dialogue that they'll add when you're walking around with the characters. So like when Sora's walking around, he's like, I heard Elsa sing. She sings really cool, like really well. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. Like that's really rad. And like a thought I had, I meant to text you about it because it's like not really a spoiler. I got like super Batman Arkham vibes during the Monsters Inc. world when like Randall is talking to you over the megaphone. I don't know why. It just really reminded me of like Arkham City.
Oh.
I was like, this is very Joker as he's like taunting you over the megaphone. I was like, this is cool. Yeah. I would say like weirdly enough, my least favorite Disney World was probably Toy Story.
Like mine was Big Hero 6, honestly, because like I don't know, man. Like that one didn't like click with me. Like I thought there'd be a little bit more to it, or like the Baymax stuff is cool, like connected to the first movie and stuff like that. But like, and I like it's not like in between the movies, it's like actually post-mortem movie. Like I thought Monster Inc. did that perfectly. I just don't think Big Hero 6 did that all that good, because it was like whatever.
Yeah, it was definitely like. It's weird too because it was obviously like I like that they played around with like the format of each world really well. Like Big Hero 6 is like, hey, we're gonna do like one really really big area night and day, and it's like it reminded me a little bit of like New Donk City from Mario Odyssey, where you kind of if you spend too much time in there, you kind of start to see the seams of it, which helps and hurts it a little bit. But Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think, man, the fucking Pirates World, dude. Holy shit, I loved the Pirates World. I don't know.
Yeah, it was really I don't know like how the Assassin's Creed boat controls. Is it similar to that? Because like I felt really good.
It's a lot faster and smoother in Kingdom Hearts, just because like it's
simplified.
Yeah, they're not going for realism here. The auto lock stuff on the weak points and stuff is smart. Like it all makes sense. Yeah, I don't know, man. Just like hopping off the boat and like doing it, I'm like, man, this is like a whole other video game in Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, it really was, dude. The fact, like, this tells you how much they put how much care they put into this fucking game. They made Port Royale in that game, the station that you went to in the second game. They made the entire thing, they made the entire place, and all is just to get this white crabs. There's no other reason for that place just to get white crabs. Mm-hmm. So like they put all that effort into it, and that's insane to me. And that's insane.
And like all of Port Royal looks fucking incredible. Like the way the lighting like breaks through the water when you're underwater and you see like the god rays coming through,
and there's people everywhere.
Yeah, it's like, which I didn't expect at all. Dude. Like that was a thing that I had no idea. Like the worlds were full of just people that will talk and walk around. Yeah,
or Twilight Town. Sorry.
Yeah, and I was like, this is fucking so good. It was like one of those things of like, man, yeah, Kingdom Hearts is like next gen now. Like, and I was, it's one of those things where I like that Kingdom Hearts has like a little bit of a PS2 design mentality in it, like the worlds do. But obviously it's very modernized. Some of it's PS3-ish, but a lot of it's PS4-ish. And that time doesn't seem wasted, that the gap between games. Yeah, I thought, man, they just fucking, I really do think they knocked it out of the park.
Yeah, man.
And like, man, how great is it to be able to say that? So I don't know where you were at, but there was like a really gnawing, like, man, it's so easy to fuck this up. And it's not like I thought they would. I obviously hope they wouldn't, but like, some of the things were safe and some of them weren't. Like, everything. Yeah. Like, it was a really great balance of that. But what's more is like, I think the game walked the line of like staying true to its core beliefs of like, this is a franchise about friendship. It's a franchise about people that care about each other. Mm-hmm. Which is, we haven't talked about this, no more apparent than the Donald and Goofy shit, which is 10 out of 10.
Oh my god, dude, that part when Goofy blocked it and then like Donald did this big giant knocked out Sandor. Like, what the?
It was like, man, I never knew I wanted this so much. And like, they don't deprive you of that shit. It's like, it's us three to the end. Like they show up at the end, like, no, we're going. Like, it's you, me, and it's the three fucking half pints, and we're doing it. I'm like crying, like, yeah, my boys, like pint and a half. And yeah, I like all of the moments with them are great, and like especially at the end when they they're going through the final battle together. And it very much felt like, hey, this is gonna be our last ride together, probably.
It's so weird too, because it's like when I was playing Kingdom Hearts 2, that was all about like, oh yeah, this is me and Riku's thing, like whatever with Donald and Goofy, but like it felt so right in Kingdom Hearts 3 just to have them with me at the very end, just to like to do this final battle. Man, that game.
Yeah,
that game.
And like, I think obviously, like, I would love to have spent more time with Riku. I would have loved to spend more time with Kairi. With
have Lee be a little bit more not fleshed out, but like I want to see, like I kind of want to see their training, honestly, and like being more involved with them. Like I seen Riku fight, I seen Mickey fight, I seen Gopla and Terra and Ventus fight. I didn't really see Axel and Kairi fight, unfortunately.
And so obviously there's also the moment where so fucking dude, I'm very pissed at the Xbox trailer. If I didn't know the Last Remnant, like the Larian Will was in this, that moment would have fucking destroyed me, like with hype. Like when the Larian Will shows up and stops Terrazanor, like most hype moments, like number one in Keyblade Graveyard, where he's like, I've been waiting for this. And he's like, literally.
Oh, you know what? I guess I blacked that out of my mind or something. I don't remember that, so that was a big surprise for me.
Yeah.
So.
That's in like the Xbox trailer is the Lingering Will.
Okay.
The one but keep in mind that was you and I watching that like on our phones at Extra Life, so that you might have missed that.
Yeah,
but
I totally
that was like
did.
the one shot I saw. I was like, "Fuck, that looks crazy." I wish I didn't see that. Very glad I didn't watch the final battle trailer. I don't know if you've gone back and watched it.
No.
I've watched like I saw a clip of it, and I was like, "Man, glad I didn't watch this." But
Oh, Christian did say something about like Roxas showing up in there. That would have destroyed me, man.
Yeah.
That part is so good.
yeah, that part is like that's dude. Like man, talk about moments in this game. Like this, I love. It's just such good moments. I love all the interstitial scenes between worlds, like when you're catching up with Riku and maybe finding out what's going on with Aqua. I love the redemption of Ansem the Wise. Like I loved all the stuff with his apprentices. Like Evan of all the characters to like get redeemed was like surprising and cool, and like I believed it, you know. I wanted to believe it. A lot of replica stuff, you know, a lot of big data, you know, a lot of data stuff.
Lots of time travel.
Yeah. But you know, like I like that everybody had people in reserves too. Like there was extras on both sides, and that came into play in a big way. Because it just let them throw all these characters at each other. Yeah, I don't know, man. Top to bottom. It goes very quickly, which I would say is like maybe a small criticism I would lodge is like it's obviously very backloaded. But the thing is, like, so is Kingdom Hearts 2. Like, literally, like the moment you go back to Twilight Town at the end of Kingdom Hearts 2 to then go to the world that never was is essentially relatively equal in length, and like as much story happens in that. It's just not like the end of all these stories. It's very much
and I feel like they did the right decision of making it like pretty much maybe like 2/3 of this game is pretty much like a Disney game, quote unquote, and like the farther end is like just for our diehard Kingdom Hearts fans who actually understand what's going on and stuff like that. I think they made the right decision with that because like there's so many people got into this game and like are like people are messaging me saying they are loving it just because of all the Disney stuff that they're doing right now. And I was like, I'm glad you're loving it. Like the ending part might be a little conscious for you, but like I'm glad you're loving what you're loving right now. So.
And the thing, like, I could totally see someone having a good time. Obviously, they're not going to get the emotional impact, like us, you and me, like weeping at the end, like seeing Shion and like finally, like, fuck, you're finally here, like, yes. But like, I think like they people will get something out of it, and I think there's still value there. Also, like all those fights at the end, I think are really awesome. Like all the combat at the end, I think is really really great.
Yeah, and that's what I think was like when I compare it to like Kingdom Hearts 2 or something like that, because like that's sprinkled in like in between in like almost everywhere in Kingdom Hearts 2, and this is like all backloaded at the end, so it's like because I love fights like that. Those types are what I live for. It's the organization fights, and like they're all at the end, so it's like, oh, okay, so I didn't really have that much at the beginning and in the middle, but you know, whatever. That's just a small complaint, obviously.
Yeah.
Like because like this game will stick with me, and it's up there with me.
Yeah, it is for me too.
Yeah,
it's like, yeah, I mean, because like you talk about the rule of threes, but like the best thing about Kingdom Hearts 3 is that it's not the end of the Kingdom Hearts trilogy. It's the end of like the Kingdom Hearts quintuple or whatever. Like it really, really feels like the culmination of all of these games. Like mechanically, visually, emotionally, character-wise, like the arcs, the stories. Like I know like a lot of the game is Disney Worlds, and Justin in the chat is like talking about how they felt kind of formulaic to him, and I get that. To be fair, that's like very Kingdom Hearts, you know. Go back and play 2 and play the Disney Worlds of that, and they're like very much the same thing. But like it is those like the scenes that you get, like the character work that you get with Sora and the organization members in the Disney Worlds, I think is like really genuinely very good. And like them chipping away at him, like I said earlier, and also the different kind of like internal challenges. And like I'm thinking back now, like remember at the beginning of the game when I think it's in Twilight Town when it's Xemnas and Ansem are telling Sora like your goal is right around the corner, but you might not like what you get there. It's like all the ending makes sense. Like they were very much foreshadowing like where everything was going to go. So like by the time I got there, I was ready as I could be for it. And like I said, it helps. Like I know Sora's like not dead or anything. It's just like it sucks to be torn apart like that,
Yeah.
But like it makes it. I've been preparing myself for that since 2. So like because I kind of knew that's how this had to go. Because he's too much of a good boy. I love him. God, I love him to death. But oh god, just really fucking gets you. A couple of interpretive things here. How? Because I guess maybe I should have done the Union Cross research. The 13 keys that Xehanort makes. What? 'Cause I assumed those were like each of those were being made when somebody on one side lost, and that's why the last one gets made when he fucking murks Kyrie just like straight up.
I think that's pretty much what it is.
Okay, and there were only 13 because I guess like 13 pieces of darkness merging with 7 pieces of light. I guess is 13 the keys. And that made the Keyblade. It was cool seeing. I was like, all right, yeah, we made the Keyblade. We're doing this. Like, we're going for it. Kingdom Hearts is here. And, like, just seeing that really real moment at the end where, like, you realize, like, Xehanort was just, like, it's like, I was ready to fucking throw my heart into the darkness to stop it from taking over the world. I'm like, you're such an idiot, but, like, I get it. Yeah, it was good.
This minor complaint. Xehanort's voice is very distracting.
Yeah, it is. I mean, like, man, I think the guy.
But that's like the one kink of the far as the voice acting, as far as I'm concerned, because like everything else is like top, like on point. Because they got back almost everybody just to do that voice.
It's
their voices.
Kyrie and Xehanort, I think, the only ones that didn't come back.
Yeah, Kyrie's super distracting. So.
Although, like I think they did a pretty good job. Obviously, the shoes you're filling for Nimoy are like essentially impossible. I would have loved to hear him like give like, because I know Leonard Nimoy is like such a great actor. He would have just given like the most like emotional performance, I think, to that final scene with Ericus. I had some thoughts that I wrote as I played. The first one, I don't know if you had this thought as well, was obviously the opening scene of them playing chess, which is great. I liked all those scenes a lot.
Oh yeah.
I love God, because it obviously we know fucking Xehanort is like Lord King Machinations, but just the idea that Ericus was always playing the game too, super cool. But the moment when they're in the opening scene where you finally see Xehanort looks up and his eyes are gray, and my first thought was like, Xehanort got Norted. And that was like the first thought that I had. Not true. Did not end up panning out, which is great because it's definitely a red herring. I know they were fucking with me. It also like prepared me a little bit more for like the Aqua thing of like, it doesn't necessarily mean like Xehanort's fucking soul is in somebody. It just means like maybe they are now corrupted by the darkness. And also like it sets an interesting timeline for Xehanort too, because we don't know. He's younger here, and then he goes back to Destiny Islands when he meets his heart that gives him the power to travel through time, and that he's older and he's exploring again. So it creates this interesting period of time where we don't know where Xehanort was. Like, we don't know where this Odd Kylum place is and how that kind of fits into the wider narrative. And again, that's them kind of setting up for the future of the franchise. And then the very end where it's like, Eric's like, I have a new game, 7 Pieces of Darkness. And it's like, okay, what's this? And then it cuts. It's like, okay, we're getting into some more darkness shit, and I'm here for it. You know. Yeah, dude. Man, it just feels so good. It feels good, man.
It feels real good, man.
Yeah, because like expectations, man, are such a shitty thing to have to deal with, especially after so much time. But that's the thing of like the respect is like, I think they definitely made the decision like we could do Radiant Garden and we could have a bunch of Final Fantasy stuff in here, or we could focus our time on something on like really just wrapping this up and really just doing justice by this. And I think they had that kind of choice in front of them, and I think they made the right choice. Whether it like is a bummer that I don't get a bunch of secret bosses or not, whatever, I think they made the right choice.
For sure.
Any other thoughts?
Like none that I can really think of. Yeah, obviously, you still want to do the spoiler cast later on, so we don't want to.
Yeah, we don't want to spend too much time. I think I got what I needed. I feel much better now, Nobishin. Thank you for.
Yeah, I felt because like the only person I got in contact to after I beat the game was with Christian. I was like, no, just said like all I texted him was like, dude, that Roxas was hype as fuck. He was like, dude.
Because like I haven't talked to anyone. I've been sitting here ruminating, which like I said during the show, I was like I needed some time to process it. I'm glad I took the time, but like I needed to talk to you about it specifically. Like you've been on this journey with me. Let's talk about it. Let's hash it out.
For sure.
Yeah, I loved it. If anybody's listening, I hope you all loved it too. The thing is I could see why some people would be frustrated with it, like I'm kind of formulating my review. I think I've kind of settled on the score I want to give it and whatnot. And it's a difficult thing to review. And a part of my review will be like, hey, listen, like I am exactly the target audience for this, so I'm going to love it more than you are. And I think that's okay.
Yeah, like I finished watching Brad's review. Just to see how he felt about like obviously you love to give him 9.5,
yeah,
which is probably a little bit high.
Yeah,
very high.
I think I'm like
game.
On a 9.0 just for your reference. Like that's where I'm at.
Yeah, but like I totally get where he's coming from because like he played through all the games like right before it even came out. He was streaming them, I should say, and like he's been ready for it.
Really excited to hear him talk about
it,
this.
And it's on Frame Trap this week, so like I'm really getting ready to hear that because I just want to hear it.
Yeah, I want to like the spoiler mode with Ben and Brad and hopefully Huber. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, Huber's in it. He's playing it right now.
Good. God, good vibes.
Oh man,
fucking dude, Roxas, man. Just like the moment where like Aqua just like doesn't believe she's back and just starts fucking crying, and I'm just like,
yes,
like
oh my god,
and Sora was the one that saved her, and I'm like, this is exactly how it should have been. And like down to the awkward little scenes that are intentionally awkward of like, you probably don't remember me. I met you when you were a kid, and like then it just like gets cut off by something else. And Sora doesn't.
How Axel was pretty much like speaking for the audience, like I don't get the fuck what's going on.
The moment like Roxas and Ven see each other, they're like, what the fuck? It's like no, they look the same. Whatever, I guess. Super great. And the one thing I love, like, there are intentional plot holes, I think, for sure. Like when everybody comes back at the end and Axel's got his Keyblade back for fucking no reason, and Axel straight up says, like, we need to figure out some plot situations. Like, again, it's a nod. It's like, the 2.9 thing, the Verum Nox or whatever thing, like, it's they had fun too. Like, it's not just serious. Like they're in on the joke to some extent, but they don't put those things in the places where it would like actually hurt the story. They just kind of sprinkle it in of like, hey, we're having fun too. So it's just fucking good vibes. It's heart wrenching at times. I think like, overall, I think the ending is very happy too.
Yeah, it is.
And like I said, it's like we got to go out there and save our boy, or as him find our way home. And I think that's cool. I think I'm okay with that. I've made my peace. I've made my peace. All right, I think that'll wrap us up. Thanks everybody for watching. If you tuned in to watch, I hope you enjoyed Nabishin and my thoughts. I hope you didn't listen to this before you finished Kingdom Hearts 3, but if you did, that's your prerogative. Bye.
Bye.